Welcome to part 42 of the Ultimate Unsolved Mysteries Iceberg, where we explore true crime, urban legends, mysterious disappearances, myths and legends, internet mysteries, and more. Also, make sure to hit that notification bell since I drop new content all the time. The Alcatraz Escape. Alcatraz Island is located in the chilly waters of San Francisco Bay, and the prison named Alcatraz was famed for its high security, which included strict routines and rigorous checks. Alcatraz had been mythologized to the public as an inescapable prison for offenders who simply cannot be safely locked up anywhere else. This mythology surrounding Alcatraz is a significant part of why the escape captured so much attention, both from law enforcement and the public. Three inmates, Frank Morris, and brothers John and Clarence Anglin, escaped, igniting decades of debate and mystery surrounding their fate. Frank Morris was born in Washington, D.C., and had a troubled upbringing, spending most of his childhood in foster homes. He embarked on a life of crime early, engaging in burglary, armed robbery, and dealing in substances. Known for his high intelligence, Morris had an IQ in the top 2% of the general population. Also, and I neglected to mention this earlier, his criminal record also included numerous escapes from various prisons, which eventually landed him in Alcatraz. John and Clarence Anglin, brothers from Georgia, also had extensive criminal backgrounds. They grew up in a poor family of seasonal farm workers and began robbing banks together at a young age. And hey, if you can't trust your bro to have your back, who can you really trust? Their criminal activities led to multiple arrests and imprisonments. The brothers were known for their strong familial bond, which played a crucial role in their collaborative escape efforts. At Alcatraz, they were placed in adjacent cells, which facilitated their communication and planning. Also, I have a question for the management of the prison. You get two brothers incarcerated in your prison who are known for working together in their criminal enterprises. In what world does the warden think, hey, these two should be placed right beside each other? I assume this was simple hubris by the prison staff brought on by the fearsome, inescapable reputation of the prison. However, on the night of June 11th, 1962, Morris and the Anglin brothers executed an ingeniously planned escape. They had spent months digging through their cell walls using tools improvised from discarded materials like spoons and an electric drill made from a vacuum cleaner motor. Behind their cells lay an unguarded utility corridor, which provided a path to the prison roof. Disguising their absence with dummy heads crafted from a mixture of soap, toilet paper, and concrete dust, the trio managed to avoid detection during nightly head counts. Once out of their cells, they ascended to the building's roof, descended 50 feet to the ground, and made their way to a blind spot near the power plant on the northeast shore. There they launched a makeshift raft, ingeniously crafted from over 50 stolen raincoats, which they had fashioned into life preservers, and a raft, sealing the seams with heat from steam pipes. They set off into the night towards Angel Island, propelled by paddles they had also crafted themselves. The escape was not discovered until the following morning, thanks to the dummy head trick. An extensive manhunt ensued involving multiple agencies, including the Coast Guard and the FBI. Despite the recovery of items like a paddle and life vests near Angel Island, and personal effects wrapped in plastic, the fate of the escapees remained a mystery. No conclusive evidence was found on Angel Island or the surrounding areas that could definitively confirm their survival or demise. The FBI's investigation concluded in 1979, with the case transferred to the U.S. Marshals, who keep it open to this day. The official stance remains that the harsh conditions of the cold, turbulent waters of San Francisco Bay likely claimed the lives of the escapees that night. Further, others have observed that the waters are infested with sharks, which may have made a meal of the escapees. Notably, the presence of shark-infested waters surrounding Alcatraz Island is one more of the so-called security measures associated with the island, again adding to the mythology. No bodies were ever recovered, leaving significant room for speculation and alternate theories to arise. Relatives of the Anglins have maintained that the brothers survived, bolstered by anecdotal evidence, and a photograph purportedly showing the brothers in Brazil years later. This photo, however, has been contested by experts who question the claims associated with it, due to the inability to perform proper and effective facial recognition analysis. Notably, with technological advances, I suspect that facial recognition technology will one day be able to identify if either of these men is one of the Anglins. If one is identified as an Anglin, this would be considered circumstantial evidence that the men escaped. Further, the Alcatraz escape has become deeply ingrained in popular culture, symbolizing the human spirit's relentless pursuit of freedom, regardless of the odds. I also note that the story has been able to capture the sort of cultural currency it has, partly due to the individuals involved in the escape from Alcatraz. Most of the Alcatraz prisoners were locked up there for offenses, which ended others without their consent. Had any of the three men been these sorts of wrongdoers, I suspect the escape would not be looked upon favorably by anyone. While the three men were no angels by any means, they also very clearly weren't the worst of the worst. The legacy of the escape endures, not only in the myriad documentaries and films, but also in the Escape from Alcatraz triathlon, which includes a swim from the island to San Francisco. For now, we are left with a simple question. Did Morris and the Anglin brothers perish in the bay, or did they manage to start anew under the radar? This question may never be fully answered, but it continues to fascinate and challenge, much like the indomitable will of those who dare to break free. Also, before we move on, it's popularly believed that this was the only potentially successful escape from Alcatraz. However, this is not true. In 1937, two prisoners, Theodore Cole and Ralph Rowe, escaped, and there's a subsequent mystery surrounding them. But that's a mystery for a later portion of this series. The disappearance of Cho Hee-pal. Cho Hee-pal, known as one of South Korea's most infamous fraudsters, vanished in December 2011, leaving a trail of speculation, theories, and unanswered questions. Cho Hee-pal was the mastermind behind one of South Korea's largest pyramid schemes. From 2004 to 2008, he defrauded over 40,000 people out of the equivalent of $3.5 billion American, promising high returns on investments in bogus ventures. His operation was vast and well orchestrated, attracting investments from unsuspecting individuals across the country. In 2008, when the scheme collapsed, Cho became a wanted man. Facing mounting legal pressure and an impending arrest, he fled, sparking a nationwide manhunt. His ability to evade capture, despite widespread media coverage and law enforcement efforts, only added to his mystique of his case. Cho's disappearance occurred under highly suspicious circumstances. In late 2011, it was reported that he had been hiding in China, moving frequently to avoid capture. The South Korean authorities were on his trail, working with Chinese law enforcement to apprehend him. However, there was suspicion in South Korea that Cho may have greased the palms of officials in China. However, I could not find any evidence to support this in English-language sources. However, in December 2011, news broke that Cho had been suffering from a serious illness. Reports from his associates suggested that he was seeking medical treatment in various locations, further complicating efforts to track him down. It was during this period of medical instability that Cho fully disappeared. The absence of concrete evidence about Cho's whereabouts has led to numerous theories about his fate. One popular theory suggests that he used his extensive network and financial resources to create a new identity. This theory is supported by accounts from former associates who claim that Cho had planned his disappearance in advance, knowing that his capture would be inevitable otherwise. Another theory posits that Cho may have leveraged his connections in China to disappear into the country's vast landscape. This theory assumes he is living under the protection of corrupt officials who benefited from his financial schemes. This theory is bolstered circumstantially by the fact that several high-profile fugitives have previously found refuge in similar circumstances. However, as I previously stated in my review of English language sources, there was no evidence that this was actually the case. Cho Hee-pal's disappearance has had a profound impact on his victims and the South Korean public. Families and individuals who lost their life savings in his pyramid scheme have been left with deep financial scars. Notably, numerous individuals, having lost not only personal wealth, but wealth built up over the generations, ended themselves, compounding the tragedy. To this day, Cho Hee-pal remains one of South Korea's most wanted individuals. What's up, everyone? It's your boy Jimmy here with a couple of things to ask of you. If you're enjoying my content, please hit the like and subscribe buttons and the notification bell. Also, I release content very regularly, so I can't emphasize this enough. Ring the bell and turn on all notifications so you're never behind on this series. Also, if you really want to take it to the next level, please consider signing up for a YouTube membership or a Patreon membership. You can support for as little as 99 cents a month. The Merry Man. In the desolate expanses of South Australia lies one of modern Australia's most intriguing mysteries, the Merry Man. Discovered in 1998 near the small town of Merry, this geoglyph depicts a large figure of an Indigenous Australian man. This figure is etched into the ground and is stretching approximately 1.7 miles in height and extending over an area of 620 acres. The origins and purposes of this massive desert drawing remain unsolved, captivating both locals and the global community alike. Originally, the Merry Man was thought to be the largest pre-modern geoglyph ever found, with some theorizing it was an ancient Australian Aboriginal creation. However, for the reasons discussed within, this is not possible. The Merry Man was first spotted by a pilot, and its existence quickly became public knowledge through a series of anonymous faxes sent to media outlets and local businesses. These faxes intriguingly utilized non-Australian measurements and phrases, suggesting the involvement of foreigners, possibly Americans. Furthermore, a small plaque featuring an American flag and Olympic rings was discovered near the site, adding to the international mystery. Theories regarding the creator of the Merry Man are diverse. Notably, the Merry Man is virtually identical to the famous Artemisian bronze, with the major difference being that the Merry Man is holding a boomerang. Some locals believe it was a stunt to boost tourism, as the Merry Man drew significant visitor numbers to the area. Others speculate on the involvement of Bardius Goldberg, an artist known for his interest in large-scale works visible from space. However, he passed away in 2002 and never confirmed nor denied his involvement before his passing. Notably, the satellite data indicates that the image was created between May 27, 1998 and June 12, 1998, with the entire work being completed in this short period. Notably, there are no satellite images of the area within this period, so it is unclear how many days this creation took. Notably, there is also speculation about the involvement of military personnel from nearby bases, perhaps as a form of artistic expression or prank. The physical existence of the Merry Man has been threatened by natural erosion over the years. Concerns about its disappearance led to local efforts to preserve the figure. In 2016, With the permission of the Arabana Aboriginal Corporation, a restoration project was undertaken using a grater to retrace the lines of the geoglyph. This local initiative aimed not only to preserve the figure but also to enhance its longevity by encouraging the growth of vegetation within the etched lines. Despite ongoing interest and occasional restoration efforts, the true story behind the Merry Man remains a tantalizing puzzle. The Boiling River. The Boiling River, known locally as Shanai Timpishka, which translates to boiled by the heat of the sun, is one of the Amazon's most intriguing natural phenomena. This river, running through the Peruvian Amazon, is notable for its extremely high temperatures, which can reach nearly 212 degrees Fahrenheit, virtually boiling. Unlike other geothermal systems around the world, the Boiling River's heat is not derived from volcanic activity. Instead, it is believed to be heated by geothermal energy due to the Earth's heat, as rainwater seeps deep into the ground and heats up, eventually emerging as the scalding waters. The river stretches for about 4 miles and is part of a larger river system that flows into the Pachitea and Ucayali rivers, eventually joining the Amazon. At its deepest point, the river can be up to 19 feet deep, and it can reach widths of up to 82 feet. This thermal river is not just a natural curiosity, but also holds cultural significance. Local shamans view the river as sacred, guarded by the spirit Yakumama, a giant serpent that is revered as the mother of the waters. The mysteries surrounding the Boiling River have captivated scientists and adventurers alike. Geoscientist Andres Russo first heard about the river from his grandfather's tales and later confirmed its existence during expeditions in 2011. The river's location, deep in the Peruvian rainforest, 3 hours from the nearest city, adds to its allure and mystique. Efforts are underway to protect this unique ecosystem as the area faces threats from deforestation and oil extraction activities. While this mystery is essentially solved, the Boiling River is often presented as a mystical phenomenon. The Raining Animals Phenomenon. The raining animals phenomenon is one of the more bizarre and inexplicable meteorological occurrences, captivating both scientists and the general public for centuries. This unusual event involves mostly flightless animals, but also animals such as fish, frogs, and even more peculiarly, spiders and bats, falling from the sky during or following rainstorms. Historically, reports of animal rain date back to ancient civilizations, with documented instances occurring globally. These include occurrences of fish in India and Nigeria, frogs in Japan and Hungary, spiders in Brazil and Australia, jellyfish in the UK, and octopuses and starfish in China. The prevailing scientific theory behind this phenomenon is related to tornadic waterspouts, a tornado that forms over the water. They can be powerful enough to lift objects, including small animals like fish and frogs, high into the atmosphere. When the waterspouts travel over land and lose their energy, the animals are dropped back to the ground, sometimes miles away from their original location. This theory is supported by numerous meteorological studies and provides a plausible explanation for how these animals can rain from the sky. Despite this seemingly logical explanation, the raining animals phenomenon continues to baffle and fascinate. In some cases, other factors may contribute, such as birds dropping fish. In Texarkana, Texas, in 2021, there was speculation that birds might have regurgitated fish, leading to a rain of fish witnessed on the ground. This was partly based on observations of birds in the area at the time. The phenomenon has also been observed with animals that are less likely to be caught in waterspouts, such as bats in Australia. This suggests that other environmental or biological factors may play a role. For instance, in hot weather conditions, bats have been known to fall from the sky due to heat stress. Ultimately, while tornado waterspouts provide a solid scientific basis for many instances of raining animals, each event carries its own unique set of circumstances that can sometimes stretch the bounds of our understanding of the natural world. As research continues and more events are documented, the scientific community hopes to uncover further details about this peculiar weather phenomenon. Personally, I consider this case much like the case of ball lightning, where it is both an extremely weird and well documented occurrence, with no universal theory to explain the phenomenon. Nail Ba, one of India's most intriguing urban legends. Nail Ba roughly translates to "come tomorrow." Nail Ba's origins trace back to the 1990s in Bangalore, Karnataka, though research has indicated that this is when the concept achieved virality. It is suggested that the urban legend is much older than that. The legend centers around an alleged spirit, often referred to as a witch or ghost, that supposedly roamed the streets of Bangalore. According to local folklore, this spirit knocks on doors at night, mimicking the voices of loved ones to lure residents outside. If the individual responds, it is said that they will meet their end through coughing up blood. To counter this eerie presence, the residents came up with a clever solution. They wrote "Nail Ba" on their doors, advising the spirit to come back the next day, a tactic that they believed would keep it at bay. This practice reportedly started on April 1st, making some think it was an elaborate April Fool's joke, yet it persisted and grew into a widespread ritual observed annually. This tale has been passed down through generations, morphing with each retelling. Some believe the story began as a way to explain unexplainable or unfortunate events, or as a method to enforce a curfew subtly. Others think it could have been sparked by a real event that got tangled in superstitious interpretations as it was retold. What adds to the mystery is the lack of concrete evidence or documentation about the spirit, turning Nail Ba into a modern urban legend, ripe for speculation and intrigue. Moving beyond the origins, various stories associated with Nail Ba have fueled its status as a cultural phenomenon. One account suggests that the witch targeted only certain neighborhoods, particularly those that were less populated or had more vulnerable residents. This aspect of the story highlights societal fears about safety and the unknown. Another version claims that the spirit sought revenge, allegedly wronged by villagers in her lifetime, echoing themes of injustice and retribution found in many ghost stories across cultures. Theories about what really happened during the height of the fear range from the rational to the supernatural. Skeptics argue that the tale could be a psychological manifestation of the collective fear experienced by the community. Essentially, their argument is that this is yet another case of mass hysteria, manifesting in yet another unique way in another unique location. In support of this, in times of uncertainty, such as during disease outbreaks or economic hardships, societies often seek explanations in folklore to regain some sense of control. Another theory posits that the story was encouraged by local authorities to keep people indoors during a period of civil unrest or a significant crime wave, using folklore as a tool of control. Whether one sees it as a mere tale to scare children or a significant cultural artifact, Nail Ba has left an indelible mark on the cultural fabric of India. Notably, the concept was developed into a Bollywood film in 2018, with a sequel slated for release later this year. Make sure to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell if you haven't done so already. As usual, I love you all and thank you all for your support. I really appreciate how many of you have come to enjoy my content. Shout out to my patrons Noah Schubert, Iced Mocha, Kurt the Squirt, Monoxide Wendigo, Jeffer Metcalf, Z Volts, Director Delta, Unknown Delusions, Faye, Jack Russell, boomslang, and blasphemous. Big shout out to YouTube members Jordan All and Lowlife Baphomet. Until next time, stay safe and healthy. Peace out, everyone. Welcome to part 43 of the Ultimate Unsolved Mysteries Iceberg, where we explore true crime, urban legends, mysterious disappearances, myths and legends, internet mysteries, and more. Also, make sure to hit that notification bell since I drop new content all the time. The disappearance of Rudolf Diesel. Rudolf Diesel, the brilliant engineer and inventor of the diesel engine, vanished under mysterious circumstances on the night of September 29, 1913. At the time of his disappearance, he was traveling aboard the steamship Dresden from Antwerp to London. Diesel was born in Paris in 1858 to German immigrants. Notably, Diesel spent the first 12 years of his life living exclusively in France. However, with the outbreak of the Franco-Prussian War in 1870, he was forced to flee the country due to a wave of anti-German sentiment. His early life was marked by financial struggles, and he spent part of his childhood working in his father's workshop. Diesel's academic prowess earned him a scholarship to the Royal Bavarian Polytechnic Institute of Munich, where he studied engineering. Despite health setbacks, he graduated with top honors and began his career, initially focusing on refrigeration technology under the mentorship of Carl von Linde. Von Linde was a pioneering German engineer and scientist best known for his groundbreaking work in refrigeration and gas separation. However, his fascination with thermodynamics and engine efficiency led him to develop the compression ignition engine, later known as the diesel engine. Diesel patented his design in 1892, and by 1897, he had built a functional prototype that revolutionized the industrial world by offering a more efficient alternative to steam engines. The diesel engine's adaptability to various fuels and superior efficiency made it a cornerstone of industrial machinery, from factories to ships. By 1912, over 70,000 diesel engines were in use globally. Despite his professional success, Diesel faced personal and financial difficulties. He was deeply in debt due to failed investments and was reportedly in poor health. Also, Diesel is a really good example of genius not being universal. He may have been a genius engineer, but he was decidedly below average in the personal finance department. On the night of his disappearance, Diesel had dinner on the ship and retired to his cabin around 10, requesting a wake-up call for the next morning. However, this would be the last time he was ever seen. His cabin was found with his night clothes laid out and his bed unslept in. The ship's arrival in Harwich the following morning marked the start of one of the early 20th century's enduring missing persons mysteries. Several theories emerged to explain Diesel's disappearance. The most widely accepted is that he intentionally went overboard, driven by his financial woes and declining health. However, this theory has been challenged by numerous other speculations. Some suggest he was ended by German agents to prevent him from sharing his engine technology with the British, which would have significant military implications, particularly for submarine warfare. Others believe he might have been targeted by competitors or oil magnates threatened by the potential of his engines to operate on non-petroleum fuels. However, this strikes me as unlikely, given that the technology was already widespread at this time, and his end did nothing to stop the spread of his eponymous engine technology. Diesel's body was never definitively recovered, and you will note my use of the word definitive here. 10 days after his disappearance, a decomposed body matching his description was found by a Dutch boat near Norway. Diesel's son identified personal items found on the body as belonging to his father, but the remains were too decomposed for a positive identification. This ambiguity further fueled conspiracy theories, with some even claiming Diesel faked his own end and relocated to Canada, although no credible evidence supports this notion. Despite the unresolved nature of his disappearance, Diesel's impact on technology and industrial engineering is indisputable. The diesel engine remains a critical component of global industry, from agriculture to transportation. Alice in Wonderland syndrome. Alice in Wonderland syndrome, also known as Todd syndrome, is a rare neurological disorder that affects perception. This condition distorts the way individuals perceive their own bodies, the space around them, and the passage of time. This syndrome is named after, you guessed it, Lewis Carroll's classic novel, Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. The syndrome is characterized by episodes where people experience visual and sensory distortions, similar to those described in the story. Alice in Wonderland syndrome was first described in 1955 by British psychiatrist John Todd. He named the syndrome after Carroll's story, due to the striking resemblance between the experiences of patients and Alice's adventures. Carroll himself suffered from severe migraines, leading some to speculate that he might have experienced similar perceptual distortions, which influenced his writing. Alice in Wonderland syndrome is marked by a variety of perceptual anomalies, including micropsia, objects appearing smaller than they are; macropsia, objects appearing larger than they are; teleopsia, objects seeming farther away; and of course, who could forget polopsia, objects seeming closer. People may also feel their own body parts changing in size, a phenomenon known as metamorphopsia. And I'm mustering all my strength here not to make a Koro joke. If you know, you know. These distortions can affect other senses as well, including hearing and the perception of time. Sounds may seem louder or softer, and time may appear to speed up or slow down. The exact causes of Alice in Wonderland syndrome remain unknown. It is often associated with migraines, epilepsy, infections, and head trauma. Some researchers suggest that abnormal electrical activity in the brain could lead to these perceptual distortions. Advances in neuroimaging techniques have allowed scientists to explore the relationship between brain activity and the associated symptoms. However, that said, a comprehensive understanding is still developing. The syndrome primarily affects children, but adults can experience it as well. Episodes can be frightening, particularly for young children who might not understand what is happening. For instance, one boy described his experiences with Alice in Wonderland syndrome as seeing the walls of his room closing in on him and hearing his mother's voice change pitch and speed. These episodes are usually short-lived, but their unpredictable nature can cause significant distress. Diagnosing the condition can be extremely challenging due to its rarity and the entirely subjective nature of its symptoms. While much about the syndrome is still a mystery, ongoing research continues to shed light on this unusual condition. The disappearance of Rico Harris. Rico Harris, a former professional basketball player, disappeared without a trace on October 10, 2014. Born in Alhambra, California in 1977, Harris showed exceptional talent in basketball from a young age. His promising career began at Temple City High School, where he gained significant attention from college scouts, eventually leading him to play for Arizona State University. However, an arrest in 1996 for unlawful imprisonment, though later dropped, led him to transfer to Los Angeles City College, where he thrived and led the team to a state championship in 1997. Despite his basketball prowess, Harris's career was marred by personal struggles. After a brief stint with the Harlem Globetrotters in 2000, an assault ended his basketball career. Also, as an aside, for those unaware, the Harlem Globetrotters are an exhibition basketball team, or sports entertainment if you will. He battled addiction issues, leading to multiple arrests and a downward spiral. However, by 2007, Harris had turned his life around, achieving sobriety and holding a steady job as a security guard. He moved to Seattle in September 2014 with his girlfriend, Jennifer Song, and it seemed his life was stabilizing. The chain of events leading to Harris's disappearance began with a sudden trip to Los Angeles on October 9th, 2014, to resolve family issues. After a brief visit with his family, he left for Seattle early on October 10th. His last known contact was a voicemail to Song, stating he was going up into the mountains to rest. His car was found 3 days later abandoned near Cache Creek in Yolo County, California. And yes, you heard me right, Yolo County. The search for Harris involved extensive efforts, including aerial surveillance and search dogs. His backpack and phone were found near his car, but no substantial leads emerged. Witnesses reported seeing a man matching Harris's description in the area on October 11th and 12th, but these sightings led to dead ends. Investigators speculated that Harris, who had been awake for nearly 50 hours, may have been disoriented or seeking a secluded spot to rest. Several theories have been proposed regarding Harris's disappearance. Some suggest he may have relapsed into substance abuse, given his history and the secluded location where his car was found. However, no paraphernalia or illicit substances were found. Others believe he may have encountered foul play, although no evidence supports this theory. Despite numerous tips and continued efforts by law enforcement, Harris's whereabouts remain unknown, and the case has gone cold. The Yolo County Sheriff's Department continues to investigate the case, and anyone with information on Rico Harris's disappearance should reach out to them immediately. If you're enjoying my content, please hit the like and subscribe buttons and the notification bell. Also, I release content very regularly, so I can't emphasize this enough. Ring the bell and turn on all notifications so you're never behind on this series or my other content. Also, if you really want to take it to the next level, please consider signing up for a YouTube membership or a Patreon membership. You can support for as little as 99 cents a month. Also, remember to join the Discord as well if you're into that sort of thing. We've got 100 members at this point. Oscar, the therapy cat that predicted death. Oscar, a therapy cat, lived at the Steerhouse Nursing and Rehabilitation Center in Providence, Rhode Island. Born around 2005, he became widely known for his unusual behavior that appeared to predict when terminally ill patients were about to pass away. Oscar's story gained public attention in 2007 when Dr. David Dosa, a geriatric medicine specialist at Steerhouse, published an article about him in the New England Journal of Medicine. Oscar was one of 6 cats adopted by Steerhouse, a facility known for its pet-friendly environment. Initially, Oscar seemed like a typical cat, aloof and not particularly friendly towards people. However, after about 6 months, the staff noticed that Oscar would often choose to nap next to residents who were in their final hours. This pattern was so consistent that the staff began to alert families when they found Oscar lying next to a patient, thus giving them a chance to say their goodbyes. By 2015, it was believed that Oscar had accurately predicted around 100 cases. Oscar's predictive behavior led to widespread curiosity and numerous theories. One hypothesis suggested that Oscar could sense the biochemical changes in the bodies of the residents. Some experts, including Dr. Joan Tino from Brown University, believed Oscar was reacting to the scent of chemicals released as the body shut down. Another theory posited by animal behaviorist Jill Goldman was that Oscar had learned to associate certain conditions with the end stages of life due to his upbringing. However, in my view, if this was the case, wouldn't Oscar's behavior be routine behavior for cats raised in and around such environments? Despite the various theories, there has been no definitive scientific explanation for Oscar's behavior. Some skeptics suggested that his actions could be attributed to confirmation bias. Under this theory, people only remembered the times Oscar's presence coincided with the patient's final hours, while forgetting the instances when he did not. His abilities were discussed in various publications, and he became the subject of Dr. Dosa's 2010 book, Making Rounds with Oscar: The Extraordinary Gift of an Ordinary Cat. This book detailed Oscar's interactions with patients and the impact he had on the Steer House community. The belief that cats possess an ability to sense when someone is unwell or nearing the end of their life is a fascinating topic that has garnered interest and speculation. While Oscar the cat is one of the most famous examples, there are broader discussions and numerous anecdotes suggesting that other cats might have similar abilities. Beyond their sense of smell, cats are, in general, keen observers. They are sensitive to changes in their human companions' behaviors, routines, and physical conditions. A cat may notice subtle changes in a person's body language, movement, and even minute shifts in a person's energy levels. A cat, therefore, could be responding to these cues long before the humans around them are fully aware of what's happening. Some cats have been reported to sense when their owners are about to experience a seizure. Similar to seizure-alert dogs, these cats may exhibit behaviors like becoming unusually attentive or distressed shortly before the event occurs. This anticipatory behavior suggests that the cats are detecting some form of warning sign, whether it's a change in scent, behavior, or another sensory input. In hospice settings where patients receive end-of-life care, there are numerous accounts of cats choosing to spend time with those who are in their final days. Like Oscar, these cats often provide comfort to the patients and their families, suggesting that their presence is more than coincidental. While these observations are not scientifically validated, they are consistent enough to be noteworthy. Further, some theorize that this ability and connection to human beings cannot be detected by science. Rather, under this theory, cats have a spiritual awareness, or perhaps are able to communicate directly with the souls of human beings, or perceive human souls. It's important to note that Oscar lived a full life at Steer House, providing comfort not only to the patients, but also to their families. According to everyone involved, Oscar had a kind and warm aura, not a sinister aura. Oscar passed away on February 22, 2022, leaving behind a legacy that continues to intrigue and inspire those who hear about his extraordinary gift. Notably, Stephen King's novel, Dr. Sleep, included a character inspired by Oscar, a cat named Azzy, who could sense when patients were nearing the end. Also, let me know in the comments if you're enjoying entries about the fascinating and mysterious powers associated with our closest domestic companions. The Blue Whale Challenge. This is a suggestion from Patreon supporter and frequent recommender Iced Mocha. Remember, the best place to leave recommendations is in the comments or on the Discord server. The Blue Whale Challenge emerged as a controversial and mysterious online phenomenon around 2016, purportedly originating in Russia. This, quote, game allegedly involved a series of tasks assigned to participants over 50 days, culminating in a final task that involved bringing a consensual end to oneself. The challenge was widely believed to be a hoax in official circles, yet it sparked moral panic and led to various media reports linking it to real-life incidents. The Blue Whale Challenge reportedly began on Russian social media platforms, where administrators would contact vulnerable teens and persuade them to participate. The tasks ranged from seemingly harmless activities like watching horror movies to more severe actions. Participants were led to believe that backing out of the challenge could result in threats or blackmail, due to the administrators allegedly having access to their personal information via malware. Philip Budeikin, a former psychology student, claimed to have created the game in 2013, stating that its purpose was to cleanse society, by targeting individuals he deemed unworthy. And yeah, it sounds like this guy probably got the exact wrong message from watching or reading Death Note. Budeikin was arrested in 2016 and later confessed to inciting several teenagers to bring about their own ends. Despite sensational media coverage, and despite this arrest, there is skepticism about the actual existence of the Blue Whale Challenge on a widespread basis. Many experts believe that the Blue Whale Challenge was initially an exaggerated hoax. However, they acknowledge that it has likely resulted in real cases through copycat groups, thereby putting children at risk of cyberbullying and online shaming. Skeptics of the game point out that much of the information about the game comes from unverified sources, and no definitive proof of a structured challenge has been found. Reports of the Blue Whale Challenge have appeared globally, with incidents allegedly linked to the game in countries like Armenia, Portugal, Chile, Kenya, India, and Bangladesh. By late 2017, reports of participation in the Blue Whale Challenge began to decline significantly. Internet safety organizations and authorities across various countries had already issued warnings and taken preventive measures, which contributed to its reduced visibility. On a positive note, the fear and uncertainty surrounding the Blue Whale Challenge led to the creation of the Pink Whale Challenge. This is a positive movement encouraging self-care and mental health awareness, as well as general safety for children in the online world. This initiative aimed to counter the negative influence of the Blue Whale Challenge by promoting activities that foster well-being and positivity. The Chase Vault Mystery. The Chase Vault, located in the Christchurch Parish Church Cemetery in Barbados, is commonly referred to as the Mystery of the Moving Coffins. Constructed in 1724 and only utilized starting in 1808, the vault became notorious for its enigmatic occurrences involving the displacement of coffins. The mystery began when the vault, acquired by the Chase family, was opened in 1812 to Colonel Thomas Chase, only to reveal a chaotic scene inside. The coffins that had previously been neatly arranged were found disarrayed. Further, this peculiar event was not a one-time occurrence, adding more fuel to the fire surrounding this mystery. Each subsequent opening of the vault for new burials revealed a similar disarray, despite the vault being securely sealed each time. The phenomena were noted in several documented instances in 1816 and 1819, with no evidence of tampering or natural disturbances like flooding or earthquakes. Speculation around the cause of these disturbances has included supernatural explanations, such as poltergeist activity. However, more grounded theories, such as seismic activities or secretive human interventions, have also been put forth. However, none of these theories have been conclusively proven. After several disturbing incidents, the governor, Lord Combermere, ordered an investigation in 1820. The vault was sealed with his signet in wet cement. Further, there was a sprinkling of sand inside to capture footprints, and yet again, the coffins were found disturbed, but no signs of entry were evident. Ultimately, after the 1820 investigation, which still presented no logical explanation, the decision was made to abandon the vault. Each coffin was removed and buried separately, and since then, the Chase Vault has remained empty, standing as a silent testament to what is perhaps Barbados' greatest mystery. The Kitsune. Kitsune, the mythical fox spirits of Japan, are one of the most fascinating and complex figures in Japanese folklore. These supernatural beings are part of the yokai family, a frequent subject of discussion in this series. Kitsune are known for their intelligence, magical abilities, and shape-shifting powers. As they age, their abilities grow stronger, and they can develop up to 9 tails, a symbol of their wisdom and power. And yes, for those Pokemon fanatics out there, this is the explanation for the evolution of Vulpix into Ninetales. The origins of the Kitsune legend can be traced back to Chinese folklore, where fox spirits were known and believed to possess similar abilities. These tales made their way to Japan and merged with local beliefs, giving rise to the unique figure of the kitsune. The earliest mentions of kitsune in Japanese literature date back to the 8th century AD, with significant references found in the Nihon Shoki and the Konjaku Monogatari. Kitsune are often associated with the Shinto deity Inari, the god of rice, fertility, and prosperity. As a quick aside, Inari is perhaps the most widely celebrated Shinto deity. When you imagine a Shinto shrine, you are, with near certainty, imagining an Inari shrine, with its numerous vermilion gates called torii. Inari's messengers are believed to be white foxes, known as Zenko, who are benevolent and bring good fortune. These foxes are often depicted in statues at Inari shrines throughout Japan. Notably, it is commonly believed that Inari, who is variously depicted as either male or female depending on the context, and is sometimes understood to be genderless, is a kitsune. However, these are simply the messengers of Inari. However, complicating matters further, Inari does have the ability to present as a kitsune should it please. There are also wild and mischievous foxes called nogitsune, who are not bound to serve any deity and are known for their trickery and malevolent behavior. One of the most famous stories involving kitsune is the legend of Tamamo no Mai, a beautiful woman who served in the imperial court but was later revealed to be a nine-tailed fox in disguise. The kitsune was secretly disrupting the imperial court. To drop perhaps my favorite quote of all time, "Boy, I really hope somebody got fired for that blunder." Kitsune's shape-shifting abilities are acquired after living for 100 years. They can transform into various human forms, including that of young women, old men, or even specific individuals to create illusions and play tricks. Despite their ability to blend in, kitsune often have telltale signs of their true nature, such as a foxtail that they struggle to hide completely. These fox spirits also possess other magical abilities. They can generate foxfire, a type of flame created by their tails, and some can control the elements or manipulate time and space. Kitsune are also said to have psychic powers, allowing them to possess humans or enter their dreams to deliver messages or cause mischief. Their most prized possession is the Hoshi no Tama, a glowing ball that contains their spirit and grants them their powers. This complexity makes kitsune fascinating characters, embodying both the protective and the trickster archetypes in Japanese mythology and religion. Night Marchers. The Night Marchers are spectral, large figures or warriors from Hawaiian mythology said to roam certain areas of the Hawaiian Islands, particularly at night. According to legend, these ghostly apparitions are the spirits of ancient Hawaiian warriors, war chiefs, and royalty dressed for battle. They carry spears and continue to march through the islands, reenacting ancient battles and rituals. The Night Marchers are believed to be accompanied by various supernatural phenomena, including chanting, drumming, and the sound of footsteps. Some accounts also describe the scent of flowers or other fragrances associated with the procession, as well as a musky, death-like odor. Legends surrounding the Night Marchers vary from island to island and from community to community, with different stories and beliefs shaping local perceptions of the phenomenon. However, certain common themes persist across these variations, including the reverence and fear with which the Night Marchers are regarded. According to Hawaiian culture, encountering the Night Marchers can be a dangerous and ominous experience, as it is sometimes said to be a sign of impending misfortune. However, they do have a dual nature. and are also said to be protector spirits as well. If one encounters the night marchers, it is said that lying motionless, face down on the ground, demonstrates proper respect, fear, and deference to them. Moreover, individuals may avoid harm or death from the night marchers if they are fortunate enough to have an ancient ancestor marcher present who recognizes them. Many Hawaiians believe that certain areas of the islands are sacred or taboo due to their association with the night marchers. These places are often marked by ancient temples, burial sites, or other significant landmarks, and locals may avoid them out of respect for the spirits that inhabit them. Despite the widespread belief in night marchers, encounters with these spectral figures are rare, and most accounts are anecdotal in nature. Nevertheless, the legend of the night marchers continues to be an integral part of Hawaiian folklore and is still passed down through generations. Make sure to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell if you haven't done so already. As usual, I love you all and thank you all for your support. I really appreciate how many of you have come to enjoy my content. Also, please consider joining the YouTube membership for even just 99 cents a month. Doing so grants access to some additional content, and most of all, really helps me devote more time to my channel. Shout out to my patrons Noah Schubert, Iced Mocha, Kurt the Squirt, Monoxide Wendigo, Jeffer Metcalf, Z-Volts, Director Delta, Unknown Delusions, Faye, Jack Russell, Boomslang, and Blasphemous. Big shout out to YouTube members Jordan All and Lowlife Baphomet. Until next time, stay safe and healthy. Welcome to part 44 of the Ultimate Unsolved Mysteries Iceberg, where we explore true crime, urban legends, mysterious disappearances, myths and legends, internet mysteries, and more. Also make sure to hit that notification bell since I drop new content all the time. The disappearance of Bison DeLay. Bison DeLay, born Brian Carson Williams on April 6, 1969, was an American professional basketball player. He played for several NBA teams, including the Orlando Magic, Denver Nuggets, Los Angeles Clippers, Chicago Bulls, and Detroit Pistons. DeLay's career was marked by notable success, including winning an NBA championship with the Chicago Bulls in 1997. However, his life took a mysterious and unfortunate turn in July 2002 when he disappeared in the South Pacific. DeLay was known for his somewhat unconventional lifestyle and interests beyond basketball. He changed his name from Brian Williams to Bison DeLay in 1998 to honor his Native American and African heritage. After his retirement in 1999, DeLay pursued various adventures, including earning a pilot's license, traveling extensively, and sailing. And unfortunately, this love of sailing would be indelibly tied to his disappearance. His boat, a 55-foot catamaran named Hakuna Matata, became central to the mystery of his disappearance. On July 6, 2002, DeLay set sail from Tahiti with his girlfriend Serena Carlin, skipper Bertrand Saldo, and his brother Miles DeBoard, who was born Kevin Williams. I find it somewhat odd that both DeLay and DeBoard changed both their first and last names, which seems to suggest to me the potential for some form of family rift. The group planned to sail to Hawaii, but just 2 days into the journey, all communication ceased. DeBoard later returned to Tahiti alone on July 20th, 2002, raising immediate suspicions. Investigations immediately revealed troubling details that suggested DeBoard was not an innocent party. DeBoard attempted to forge DeLay's signature to access his finances and purchase gold, indicating potential financial motives. He gave conflicting accounts of what happened during the voyage. One account claimed a tragic accident where Carlin expired after hitting her head, leading to a series of violent events that culminated in DeLay's death. Dabor's accounts were inconsistent and lacked credibility, according to investigators. Authorities found the Hakuna Matata in disrepair with signs of a struggle but no bodies. Dabor fled to Mexico, where he was later found in a coma due to an insulin overdose and subsequently expired on September 27, 2002. Dabor's end left many questions unanswered, and no concrete evidence was found to confirm the exact sequence of events or the location of the bodies. Despite extensive investigations by the FBI and French authorities, the true fate of Delay, Carlin, and Saldo remains unknown. However, as you may have guessed, the three are presumed to be deceased. Unlike other missing persons cases of this nature, there have been no further sightings of any of the missing people over the last 2 decades. Charlie No Face. Charlie No Face, also known as the Green Man, is a legendary figure from Pennsylvania with a story rooted in the life of a real man named Raymond Robinson. Born in October 1910, Ray experienced a life-altering accident at the age of 8. While attempting to climb a bridge carrying trolley wires near Wallace Creek, he came into contact with a live wire, which sent 22,000 volts through his body. This accident left him severely disfigured, with his face and body bearing the brunt of the burns. His left arm was amputated at the elbow, and he lost his nose and eyes, leaving him visually impaired and with a twisted mouth. Despite his injuries, Ray showed remarkable resilience. He lived a secluded life in Coppell, Pennsylvania, with his family. He spent his days making a variety of handicrafts, including belts, wallets, and doormats, to earn a modest income, sufficient to support himself. Ray chose to take his walks late at night to avoid frightening people with his appearance. These nightly walks along State Route 351 between Coppell and New Galilee led to the formation of the Green Man legend. The legend grew as locals began to notice Ray during his nocturnal walks. The name Green Man likely originated from the green flannel shirts he wore, which reflected the car lights at night, giving his pale skin a greenish hue. Others suggest his skin appeared to have a green hue due to the effects of the electricity. High school students and local residents turned it into a pastime to drive out and look for the Green Man, sometimes bringing him beer and cigarettes in exchange for photos and conversations. Ray's story is filled with instances of both kindness and cruelty. Some people would offer him rides, only to leave him in unfamiliar places as a joke. Despite the negative attention, Ray was known to be a kind and gentle person, craving interaction with others despite his solitary existence. And thankfully, not all the interactions with him were cruel in nature, with some people giving him gifts and just taking time to get to know him and his story. His popularity peaked in the 1960s, with many people gathering to catch a glimpse of the Green Man. Ray's later years were spent in a nursing home, where he passed away in 1985 at the age of 74. He was buried in Beaver Falls, close to the site of his childhood accident. The legend of Charlie No Face and the Green Man, however, lives on with sightings of him continuing to this day. Charlie No Face remains a popular figure in local folklore, discussed and shared among residents and high school students, keeping the memory of Ray Robinson and his incredible story alive. Further, the tale of Charlie No Face has gone worldwide over the last decade or so, almost entirely due to platforms like YouTube. The Green Man legend has also spawned various myths and theories from people who are unaware of the true historical nature of Ray's life. Some stories suggest he was a utility worker or a victim of a different kind of accident, like being struck by lightning or falling into an industrial vat. These tales often exaggerate his disfigurement or give supernatural qualities to him, such as glowing green or haunting certain areas. Despite the many variations, the core of the legend remains the same. a deeply human story of resilience in the face of unimaginable adversity. What's up, everyone? It's your boy Jimmy here again. Let me take a brief moment to promote my channel. If you're enjoying my content, please hit the like and subscribe buttons and the notification bell. I had started this project with the goal of making the largest Iceberg series ever, and despite being dozens upon dozens of hours into the series, I haven't even scratched the surface yet. So get on board and come along on this ride with me. Let's make some history together. Also, if you really want to take it to the next level, please consider signing up for a YouTube membership or a Patreon membership. You can support for as little as 99 cents a month. Notably, if you sign up for the YouTube membership, there are a few extra videos there as well from my very early days as a YouTuber. The Allagash Abduction. The Allagash Abduction is one of the most intriguing UFO cases in American history, occurring in the remote wilderness of Allagash, Maine, in August 1976. This case involves four men, twin brothers Jack and Jim Weiner, Charlie Foltz, and Chuck Rack, all young art students from Massachusetts. The story begins on August 20th, 1976, when the four friends were on a canoeing trip along the Allagash Wilderness Waterway. That night, while they were night fishing on Eagle Lake, they saw a bright light in the sky. Initially, they thought it was a helicopter or a plane, but the light seemed too bright and unusual. As they watched, the light moved closer, and they began to feel uneasy. In an attempt to signal the light, Charlie Foltz used a flashlight to send an SOS signal. The light responded by approaching rapidly, causing the men to panic and paddle frantically back to shore. Suddenly, everything went black, and the men felt a loss of consciousness or period of amnesia. When they regained consciousness, they found themselves back at their campsite, but with a sense of missing time. The large bonfire they had set before their excursion had burned down to embers, suggesting they had been away much longer than they perceived. Years later, the men began experiencing disturbing nightmares, recounting what had occurred. Jack Weiner's dreams were particularly vivid, involving strange beings with large heads and eyes conducting examinations on him. These dreams were shared by the other men, prompting them to seek help from a UFO researcher, Raymond Fowler. Fowler recommended regressive hypnosis to uncover any suppressed memories. Under hypnosis, all four men recounted being taken aboard a spacecraft. On this spacecraft, they were subjected to various medical examinations by humanoid beings with large metallic eyes and insect-like hands. The descriptions of their abduction were consistent and detailed. The men recalled being paralyzed and unable to resist as they were examined using strange instruments. Samples of their bodily fluids were taken, and they were placed back in their canoes afterward. These sessions revealed a shared experience of being transferred from their canoes into the UFO via a tube-like beam of light. The men also passed polygraph tests, adding credibility to their claims, or at least providing significant evidence that they believed their accounts subjectively. Despite the detailed accounts and the consistency of their stories, skepticism remains. Critics argue that the use of hypnosis and the possibility of suggestibility among the men might have influenced their recollections. Some suggest that the shared memories could be the result of group dynamics and the power of suggestion. Nevertheless, the Allagash abduction remains a compelling case in the wider body of UFO lore. The Fairy Circles of Namibia. The fairy circles of Namibia are barren patches of soil surrounded by rings of grass that dot the Namib desert landscape, stretching from southern Angola to northern South Africa. The first recorded mention of the fairy circles dates back to the 1970s, although they have likely existed for far longer. These circles range in diameter from 7 to 32 feet and are evenly spaced 16 to 32 feet apart. From above, they create a striking polka-dotted pattern against the reddish-orange sands of the Namib Desert, resembling the coat of a cheetah. The Himba people, indigenous to Namibia, attribute the circles to supernatural forces. According to their folklore, the circles are created by the footprints of gods or spirits, specifically the Himba god Mukuru. Some even believe that these formations are the result of dragon's breath, or the work of otherworldly beings. Over the years, several theories have been proposed to explain the formation of fairy circles. One early hypothesis suggested that termites were responsible, creating the circles by consuming the roots of vegetation and leaving behind barren patches of soil. However, this theory has been contested by recent research. Critics argue that correlation does not imply causation, and that further evidence is needed to conclusively link termites to the circles. More recent studies have shifted the focus from termites to the self-organizing behavior of plants. This research suggests that the circles result from intense competition for water among the desert grasses. In this harsh environment, grasses on the periphery of the circles absorb water more effectively, depriving the central area and creating the characteristic barren patch. This theory is supported by observations of rapid water uptake by peripheral grasses after rainfall, leading to the death of grasses in the center. Despite advances in understanding, the exact mechanisms behind the fairy circles remain a topic of active research and debate. The self-organization theory, which likens the formation of fairy circles to other natural patterns seen in ecosystems worldwide, such as mussel beds and peat bogs, is gaining traction. This theory suggests that the circles are a survival strategy, allowing plants to optimize water use in arid conditions. Research published in 2022 has provided compelling evidence for the plant competition theory. A team found that grasses around the circles create a soil moisture vacuum, drawing water toward their roots and leaving the center dry. As discussed previously, this finding aligns with observations of similar self-organizing vegetation patterns in other drylands globally. While significant progress has been made in understanding their formation, the mystery is far from fully resolved. The disappearance of Brandon Lawson. On the night of August 8, 2013, Brandon Lawson, a 26-year-old oil worker from San Angelo, Texas, had an argument with his girlfriend, Ladessa Lofton. This led him to leave their home and drive towards his father's house in Crowley, Texas. Shortly before midnight, Brandon ran out of gas on Route 277 near Bronte, Texas. This marked the beginning of a series of mysterious events leading to his disappearance. At approximately 12:30 a.m. on August 9th, Brandon called his brother, Kyle Lawson, asking for help as his truck had run out of gas. During this call, Brandon claimed that 3 individuals in the neighborhood were chasing him. Kyle, suspecting his brother might be hallucinating due to his past substance use, set out with his wife and son to bring Brandon gas. As Kyle was en route, Brandon made a frantic 911 call around 12:50 a.m., telling the dispatcher that he was in the middle of a field and needed the police. He mentioned that he had run out of gas and that someone was chasing him into the woods. This call, filled with confusing and incoherent statements, is one of the most critical and debated pieces of evidence in the case. Shortly after the 911 call, a truck driver reported Brandon's abandoned truck, which was parked hazardously on the road. A sheriff's deputy arrived at the scene at 1:10 a.m., around the same time as Kyle. Despite Brandon telling Kyle over the phone that he could see him, neither Kyle nor the deputy could locate Brandon. Kyle initially thought Brandon might be hiding due to an outstanding warrant, which is a fairly reasonable assumption. Kyle continued to search the area until dawn, but found no trace whatsoever of Brandon. The official search efforts, including the use of thermal imaging cameras, helicopters, and search dogs, also failed to locate him. The rough terrain, coupled with wild animals and the nearby Colorado River, made the search even more challenging. Over the years, various theories have emerged about what happened to Brandon Lawson. Some speculate that he left voluntarily to start a new life, especially considering his recent cash withdrawal from his 401k. Others believe he might have succumbed to the harsh elements or encountered foul play. The enigmatic 911 call continues to be a focal point of these theories, with many debating what Brandon was trying to convey and what exactly happened that night. The case took a significant turn in February 2022, when search parties discovered clothing and human remains near Brandon's last known location. While DNA results are pending, the discovery is believed to bring some closure to the mystery of Brandon Lawson's disappearance. On June 5, 2023, a Facebook post provided an update on the DNA analysis of the human remains. Unfortunately, as of the latest update in January 2024, results are still pending. The delays are due to the small quantity of remains, which makes each analysis attempt destructive, and the significant DNA degradation after over 8 years of exposure to the elements. The remains have been sent to 2 different laboratories so far. The Texas Rangers, who are in charge of the operation, are considering other options for identification. However, that said, the official position of the Texas Rangers is that the body discovered is with near certainty Brandon Lawson's. The Vampire Cat of Nabeshima. The Vampire Cat of Nabeshima is a captivating tale from Japan's folklore. Originating in the Edo period, the story is set in the Heisen province under the domain of the Nabeshima clan. This is a samurai clan that played a significant role in Japanese history from the late Sengoku period and throughout the Edo period. The clan was well established and influential, holding power in what is today part of Saga Prefecture. The tale centers around a mysterious and sinister feline that, following the demise of a favored courtesan, transforms into a nefarious specter haunting the Lord of Nabeshima. This cat, known as a bakaneko in Japanese folklore, represents the dual-natured view of cats in this period, both protective and potentially malevolent. The bakaneko is a type of yokai that specifically falls under the category of supernatural cats. While it shares similarities with cat-like yokai called the nekomata, the primary distinguishing feature is that a nekomata possesses 2 tails, whereas a bakaneko has just 1. The bakaneko was feared for its supernatural abilities, including shape-shifting and cursing humans, reflecting the era's deep-seated superstitions and the pervasive fear of the unknown. According to the legend, the bakaneko took on the appearance of the deceased woman and began to drain the life force of Lord Nabeshima by night, returning to its feline form by day. And yes, if you're wondering what I mean by, quote, draining the life force by night, I can confirm your absolute worst suspicions. And just to be 100% clear, the creature was not in cat form during the, quote, life force draining sessions. The Lord's failing health was suspected to be the work of sorcery, prompting his retainers to stand guard. However, the enchantment induced by the bakaneko caused all but one, a loyal soldier named Ito Soda, to fall asleep. Notably, Soda was not a samurai, unlike many of the other men who were supposed to protect Lord Nabeshima. Soda, determined to protect his lord despite only being a peasant foot soldier, resorted to engaging in consensual injury to stay awake and confront and slay the evil yokai. Through his incredible determination and self-sacrifice for his lord, Soda encountered the bakaneko, disguised as a beautiful woman. Notably, Soda was able to see through the disguise, something that actual samurai failed to see. His vigilance disrupted her meow-levelent intentions, highlighting themes of fidelity and sacrifice prevalent in samurai culture. Notably, for his vigilance and service, Ito Soda was promoted from a peasant soldier to the ranks of the samurai class, granting him and his descendants substantial privileges. Further, Soda's display of samurai-like values, even before he was elevated to the samurai class, was intended to shame the retainers of Lord Nabeshima. Traditional Japanese samurai culture is based largely upon shame, much like many warrior cultures around the world. To have a lowly peasant display more samurai virtues than actual samurai was in effect putting Lord Nabeshima's retainers on notice. The Lost Legion of Cambyses. Over 2 millennia ago, the Persian king Cambyses II sent a massive army of 50,000 soldiers to subdue the Oracle of Amun at the Jojo Siwa Oasis in Egypt. What followed is one of the most enduring mysteries of ancient history. The entire army vanished without a trace in the vast western desert of Egypt. Cambyses II, the son of Cyrus the Great, ruled the Achaemenid Empire from 530 to 522 BC. His reign was marked by significant military campaigns, including the conquest of Egypt in 525 BC. Cambyses' decision to target the Oracle of Amun was driven by political and religious motivations. The oracle had refused to recognize his legitimacy as pharaoh. The journey was treacherous, spanning hundreds of miles of harsh desert terrain, known for its unforgiving sandstorms and minimal water sources. According to Herodotus, the only detailed ancient source on this event, the army disappeared during a sandstorm while en route to the Siwa Oasis. The Persian troops, along with their equipment, were supposedly swallowed by the desert sands, leaving no trace behind. This narrative, while dramatic, is considered by many scholars today as largely symbolic. Modern historians believe it highlights the perilous nature of ancient desert warfare and perhaps serving as a cautionary tale against imperial overreach and going against the will of higher powers. Modern archaeological efforts have attempted to uncover evidence of this lost army, with some tantalizing potential breakthroughs. In 2000, a geological team discovered fragments of textiles, weapons, and human remains in Egypt's western desert, which were initially thought to be associated with Cambyses' army. However, the authenticity and dating of these artifacts have been subjects of debate among scholars. Similarly, in 2009, the Castiglione brothers claimed to have found remains dating back to the time of the Persian army near Siwa Oasis. However, these findings were met with skepticism due to the brothers' controversial background in filmmaking. Others believe that the use of terms surrounding sandstorms was not intended to be taken literally, but that the cultural context had been lost over time. Supporting this theory, Olaf Kaper, an archaeologist and a professor of Egyptology at Leiden University in the Netherlands, proposed that the army did not vanish due to a sandstorm. Instead, he posits that it was likely defeated by a rebel Egyptian leader, Petubastis III. This theory shifts the narrative from natural disaster to a potentially crushing man-made catastrophe. Despite ongoing research and exploration, the true story of what happened to this lost legion remains buried under the sands of time, perhaps forever. Lagerfloat Worm. The Lagerfloat worm is a legendary creature believed to inhabit the waters of Lake Lagerfloat in eastern Iceland. The first recorded sighting of the Lagerfloat worm dates back to 1345, with various historical accounts detailing its appearances over the centuries. According to Icelandic folklore, the creature originated from a small heath worm, or heath snake, which was placed on a gold ring to multiply the gold. Modern retellings of the story indicate that the creature described was likely actually a black slug, rather than a worm or a snake. But I'll be sticking with the original telling here. Instead of multiplying the gold, the worm grew exponentially, leading to its disposal into Lake Lagerfloat, where it continued to grow and terrorize the area. Descriptions of the Lagerfloat worm vary, but it is generally depicted as a large serpentine creature, with some accounts suggesting it could be as long as the lake itself, or about 300 feet. The worm is often described as having a scaly, dragon-like appearance, with a hump that rises above the water when it surfaces. Some stories even claim that it can swim at incredible speeds, and, in some versions, that it can even take to the sky. Throughout the years, there have been numerous sightings of the Lagerfloat worm. One notable report from 1589 described the creature raising its hump so high above the lake that a ship with full sails could pass underneath. Modern sightings continue to fuel the legend, with a famous video taken in 2012 showing what many believe to be the worm undulating in the water. However, skeptics believe that this famous sighting is actually just a curious-looking formation in the ice. Stories passed down through generations tell of the worm causing destruction, spitting poison, and even attacking humans and animals. In some tales, two magicians or a benevolent bishop managed to restrain the creature by tying its head and tail to the bottom of the lake. Despite the many accounts and sightings, the existence of the Lagerfloat worm remains unproven. Skeptics argue that the sightings could be attributed to natural phenomena such as drifting logs, gas bubbles, or optical illusions caused by the glacial silt in the lake. Some suggest it is a remnant of ancient Norse mythology, possibly linked to the Midgard serpent or other mythological dragons. Others believe it could be a misunderstood natural phenomenon, or an undiscovered species. Make sure to check out the YouTube membership and Patreon. You can support my channel for as little as 99 cents a month. Also, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell if you haven't done so already. As usual, I love you all and thank you all for your support. I really appreciate how many of you have come to enjoy my content. Shout out to my patrons Noah Schubert, Iced Mocha, Kurt the Squirt, Monoxide Wendigo, Jeffer Metcalf, Z Volts, Director Delta, Unknown Delusions, Faye, Jack Russell, Boomslang, and Blasphemous. Big shout out to YouTube members Jordan All and Lowlife Baphomet. Until next time, stay safe and healthy. Peace out, everyone. Welcome to part 45 of the Ultimate Unsolved Mysteries Iceberg, where we explore true crime, urban legends, mysterious disappearances, myths and legends, internet mysteries, and more. Also, make sure to hit that notification bell since I drop new content all the time. The Leatherman. In the late 19th century, a figure known only as the Leatherman became a fixture in certain areas of New England. This mysterious individual, clothed entirely in a suit made of leather patches, embarked on a never-ending loop between the Connecticut and Hudson rivers. This journey that spanned roughly 365 miles was completed every 34 days like clockwork. The origins of the Leatherman are a mystery, with no definitive records of his true identity or reasons for his continuous travels. Speculations suggest he may have been Jules Bourglet of France or one of the French-speaking regions of Canada, though this remains unverified. What is known is that his presence was first noted in the 1850s, and he continued his circuit until 1889, braving harsh weathers and living off the land and the kindness of strangers. Despite his imposing appearance, the Leatherman was known to be non-threatening and shy. Residents along his route would often leave food out for him, which he accepted without ever staying long enough to form any apparent human bonds. His communication was minimal, often limited to grunts or gestures, and it is speculated that he did not have a good grasp of the English language. The path he traveled, known as the Leatherman's Loop, took him through towns where people noted his punctual and predictable appearances. This regularity led to a form of local celebrity status, with people awaiting his visits as part of an ongoing tradition. However, beyond the surface interactions, no one truly knew the man beneath the leather suit, his thoughts, or his past. The Leatherman was known to utilize a series of caves and huts along his route as shelter. These places that have since become points of interest and have been explored by historians and enthusiasts trying to piece together his life. Inside these shelters, artifacts from his journey, such as handmade tools, scraps of his leather attire, and small personal items, have been found. In 1889, the Leatherman's journey came to an abrupt halt. He was found deceased in one of his makeshift shelters in Mount Pleasant, New York. An autopsy revealed that his end came from cancer caused by chewing tobacco, a common habit of the time. His passing marked the end of an era and the beginning of a legend that would spark speculation. Following his death, the Leatherman was buried in Ossining, New York. In 2011, attempts were made to exhume his body to glean more about his identity through modern scientific methods. However, only coffin nails and soil stains were found, as his remains had completely decomposed. Theories about his life continue to circulate, though they are all completely speculative. Some suggest he was a heartbroken lover wandering in grief. Others believe he was escaping a troubled past. However, without concrete evidence, these theories remain part of the folklore that surrounds his mysterious figure. The Atlanta Blood House. On September 8, 1987, Minnie Winston, a 77-year-old resident of Atlanta, Georgia, discovered a startling scene in her bathroom. As she stepped out of the shower, she noticed what appeared to be blood seeping from the floor and walls. Shocked and frightened, she called for her husband, William, who confirmed the presence of the mysterious red liquid. They immediately contacted the police, setting off an investigation that would capture the attention of the nation. Upon arrival, the police found the Winstons' home splattered with blood-like substances in several rooms, including the bathroom, kitchen, and living room. The police collected samples of the liquid for analysis. Laboratory tests revealed that the substance was human blood, specifically type O, which neither Minnie nor William had. This finding ruled out the possibility that the blood came from either of the elderly couple. Further, it ruled out an initial theory that it was actually animal blood. The absence of any signs of forced entry or struggle in the house further puzzled investigators. The police searched for logical explanations, considering possibilities like a prank or an unusual plumbing issue, but no conclusive evidence emerged. Despite thorough investigations by the Atlanta police and local authorities, no source or cause for the blood was ever identified. The case remained open, and over time various theories surfaced, each attempting to explain the strange event. One popular theory suggested paranormal activity, with some believing that the house was haunted by a spirit that manifested its presence through the blood. This idea was fueled by the fact that the Winstons reported no previous unusual occurrences in their home before that night. Another theory proposed that the blood might have come from an unknown third party who somehow entered the house without detection. However, the lack of any physical evidence supporting this theory made it less plausible. Some speculated that the blood could have been part of a bizarre hoax, but the Winstons were described as a quiet, respectable couple with no known enemies or reason to stage such an elaborate ruse. Notably, the police seemed to prefer this theory, though I suspect this may have been because the case was just so unusual. In favor of this theory, investigators observed that the Winstons' daughter worked in a hospital. However, Without any evidence whatsoever to implicate the daughter in this event, I simply don't see this as a relevant piece of evidence. The media coverage of the Atlanta Bloodhouse incident brought widespread attention to the Winstons' plight. News outlets across the country reported on the mysterious case, drawing public fascination and sparking debates about the possible explanations. Despite the intense scrutiny, no new leads or information came to light, and the case gradually faded from the headlines. Minnie Winston lived in the house until her passing in 2015 at the age of 104. After the bizarre incident, the Winstons managed to continue their lives with relative normalcy despite the media frenzy and public curiosity that surrounded them in the immediate aftermath. The house itself has seen no further reports of unusual activity, and the subsequent residents have reportedly not experienced anything out of the ordinary. The event has largely faded with no new developments or explanations emerging over the years. The case remains officially unsolved, and the property is now just another residence in Atlanta, albeit with a peculiar history. The disappearance of the Baroness of the Galapagos. The Galapagos Islands, an isolated archipelago in the Pacific Ocean, have long been renowned for their isolation and natural beauty. Baroness Eloise was a self-proclaimed baroness who became a notable figure in the history of the Galapagos Islands. She arrived on Floriana Island in 1932 with her two lovers, Robert Philipson and Rudolf Lorenz, and an Ecuadorian servant. The self-proclaimed baroness aimed to establish a luxurious hotel on the remote island, envisioning a paradise of opulence amidst the rugged landscape. Her arrival immediately stirred the small community, consisting of two other groups, the Wittmer family and the reclusive Dr. Friedrich Ritter and his companion Doris Strauch. The Baroness quickly gained notoriety for her flamboyant personality and unconventional lifestyle. She often carried a pistol and dressed in extremely revealing outfits. Further, she took to calling herself the, quote, Empress of Floriana, quite a rank up from her previous self-proclaimed Baroness title. Her behavior and plans clashed with the other settlers, leading to tensions and conflicts. The situation on Floriana escalated as the Baroness attempted to assert her dominance over the island. Her relationships with Philipson and Lorenz were fraught with jealousy and competition, adding to the volatile atmosphere. The other settlers viewed her with suspicion and resentment, further isolating her from the small community. In March 1934, the Baroness and Philipson vanished without a trace. According to the Whitmers, the Baroness claimed she was leaving for Tahiti with a friend who arrived on a yacht. However, no records or sightings of her departure exist, and the yacht was never identified. Lorenz, left behind, sought refuge with the Whitmers, fearing for his life. He later attempted to leave the island but met a grim fate on Marchena Island, where his decomposed body was found alongside a Norwegian fisherman. The disappearance of the Baroness sparked numerous theories and speculations. Some believe she and Philipson succumbed to the harsh environment of the island or were lost at sea. Others suggest foul play, pointing to the high tensions and personal vendettas among the island's inhabitants. One of the key figures in this mystery is Doris Strauch, who documented her experiences on Floriana in her book Satan Came to Eden. Strauch described the Baroness as a manipulative and dangerous presence, suggesting that her disappearance was a result of her antagonistic behavior. Strauch's account, while detailed, is subjective and reflects her personal biases, leaving readers to question the reliability of her narrative. Margaret Whitmer, another primary source, offered a different perspective in her memoir, Floriana. Whitmer portrayed the Baroness as an eccentric but ultimately harmless figure. She recounted the Baroness's supposed departure and Lorenz's subsequent desperation. Whitmer's account, though less dramatic, also leaves many questions unanswered, adding to the ambiguity of the events. The conflicting accounts and lack of evidence have made the disappearance of the Baroness a subject of enduring mystery. Despite numerous expeditions and investigations, the fate of the Baroness and Philipson remains unknown. What's up, everyone? It's your boy Jimmy here. Let me take a brief moment to promote my channel. If you're enjoying my content, please hit the like and subscribe buttons and the notification bell. Also, if you really want to take it to the next level, please consider signing up for a YouTube membership or a Patreon membership. You can support for as little as 99 cents a month. Notably, if you sign up for the YouTube membership, there are a few extra videos there as well from my very early days as a YouTuber. Also remember to join the Discord as well. We've got just over 100 members at this point. K-129 submarine. In 1968, during the height of the Cold War, the Soviet submarine K-129 embarked on a mission that would lead to one of the most intriguing maritime mysteries of the era. K-129 was a Golf II class ballistic missile submarine, equipped with 3 ballistic missiles and powered by diesel-electric engines. It belonged to the Soviet Pacific Fleet and was stationed at the Rybachi Naval Base on the Kamchatka Peninsula. K-129 left its base in February 1968 for a routine patrol mission in the Pacific Ocean. However, the submarine never completed its mission and was declared missing in March 1968. The exact reasons behind its sinking remain undisclosed by both Soviet and American sources, contributing to the enigma surrounding its disappearance. The Soviets launched an extensive search but failed to locate the submarine due to the lack of advanced underwater detection technology. Unbeknownst to the Soviets, the U.S. had identified the location of K-129 using underwater sonar technology from the Sound Surveillance System, better known as SOSUS. Yes, you heard me correctly. The surveillance system is called SOSUS. The wreck was found approximately 1,600 miles northwest of Hawaii at a depth of around 16,000 feet. This discovery presented the U.S. with a significant intelligence gathering opportunity, given the submarine's nuclear capabilities and cryptographic equipment. The CIA then embarked on a top-secret mission to recover the submarine, codenamed Project Azorian. To achieve this, the CIA contracted Global Marine Development, Inc. to design and build a specialized ship, the Hughes Glomar Explorer. The vessel was ostensibly constructed for deep-sea mining. A cover story was invented utilizing billionaire Howard Hughes, who lent his name to the project despite having no direct involvement. In July 1974, the Hughes Glomar Explorer arrived at the recovery site and began the clandestine operation to lift K-129 from the ocean floor. The ship employed a large mechanical claw designed to grasp and lift the submarine. However, during the recovery, a part of the submarine broke off and sank back to the ocean floor. Despite this setback, the crew managed to recover a portion of the submarine, which included the remains of 6 Soviet sailors. These sailors were given a proper burial at sea, and the event was later documented and presented to the Russian government in 1992. The operation remained a closely guarded secret until February 1975, when the Los Angeles Times exposed Project Azorian, revealing details of the CIA's mission. This disclosure caused a significant stir, and subsequent attempts to recover the remaining parts of K-129 were abandoned to avoid escalating tensions with the Soviet Union. Project Azorian stands out as a remarkable example of Cold War ingenuity and the lengths to which intelligence agencies would go to gain an advantage over their adversaries. Over the years, various theories have emerged regarding the cause of K-129's sinking. Some suggest it was due to a mechanical failure or an onboard explosion. Others speculate about a possible collision with a U.S. submarine, although there is no concrete evidence to support this claim. Others suggest that it was intentionally targeted by the Americans and that Project Azorian was already planned in advance. The ghost rockets. In 1946, a series of mysterious aerial phenomena known as the ghost rockets were reported predominantly over Sweden. The first reports emerged in February 1946 from Finland and soon spread to Sweden and Norway. The sightings described elongated, rocket-like objects, sometimes leaving behind trails of smoke and occasionally exhibiting erratic movements or crashing into lakes. By the end of 1946, over 2,000 sightings had been recorded, with a peak occurring in mid-August during the Perseid meteor shower. Initially, many speculated that the ghost rockets were Soviet tests of captured German V-2 rocket technology. This theory was fueled by the geopolitical tension of the time and the fact that the Soviets had taken over the Peenemünde rocket base in Germany. However, historical records released after the Soviet Union's dissolution indicated that no V-2 launches were conducted by the Soviets in 1946, likely debunking this theory. The Swedish military took the sightings seriously, launching investigations and even employing radar tracking to determine the object's origins. Despite extensive efforts, including naval searches of lakes where the objects reportedly crashed, no conclusive evidence was found. One notable investigation involved a search in Lake Kolmjärvi, where divers discovered a crater, but no remnants of a rocket. Theories about the nature of the ghost rockets abound. Some scientists, such as the Swedish Nobel laureate Dr. Manny Siegbahn, suggested that many of the sightings could be explained by natural phenomena like meteors. This theory gained traction, particularly since the peak of the sightings coincided with a major meteor shower. Nonetheless, the persistence and detailed nature of many reports kept the mystery alive. There were also claims of extraterrestrial origins. A declassified U.S. Air Force document from 1948 revealed that some military officials believed the ghost rockets could be evidence of a technology far beyond what was known on Earth at the time. This document mentioned an incident where a UFO was observed over Newbyberg Air Base for about 30 minutes, adding to the speculative and mysterious nature of the phenomena. The ghost rockets were not confined to Scandinavia. Similar objects were reported in Greece, Portugal, Belgium, and northern Italy, leading to further international investigations. In Greece, a research team concluded that the objects were not missiles, but was stopped from further inquiry by higher authorities, allegedly due to the involvement of foreign officials. Despite numerous theories and extensive investigations, the ghost rockets remain unexplained. The phenomenon gradually faded from the headlines as newer UFO sightings, such as the famous 1947 Kenneth Arnold sightings and the Roswell incident, captured the public's imagination. The disappearance of Cam Lyman. Cam Lyman lived a life marked by wealth, dog breeding, and mysterious circumstances surrounding his disappearance in 1987. Cam was a multimillionaire known for breeding champion Clumber Spaniels and Bernese Mountain Dogs. Despite his success, his personal life was unconventional and reclusive. Cam Lyman came from a prominent Boston family. His father, Arthur T. Lyman, was a well-known figure in Boston society. After Arthur's death in 1968, Cam began distancing himself from his remaining family. Around this time, he started presenting himself as a man, adopting the name Cam, wearing men's clothing, cutting his hair short. In the 1980s, Cam's life took a more secluded turn when he moved to Rhode Island. He appointed George O'Neill as the caretaker of his estate and dogs. O'Neill played a significant role in Cam's life, managing his affairs and maintaining the property. However, in 1987, Cam's relatives noticed they had not received the usual Christmas card from him. This led them to investigate, only to find that no one had seen or heard from Cam for months. O'Neill claimed that he had a fight with Cam over the phone about the dogs, after which Cam hung up. When O'Neill went to Cam's house the next day, he found the phone ripped out of the wall and the doors wide open. O'Neill speculated that Cam had gone to Europe for sex reassignment surgery, but he couldn't provide any proof of this trip. Additionally, O'Neill did not report Cam's disappearance for nearly 6 months, which raised further suspicions. Cam Lyman's body was discovered in 1997 in a septic tank on his estate in Hopkinton, Rhode Island. The discovery was made by the new owners of the property, who found the remains while conducting maintenance. Despite the discovery of the body, no one has been charged in connection with Cam's demise. The unsolved nature of the case, combined with Cam's reclusive lifestyle and the circumstances of the discovery, fueled various theories about what might have happened. Some speculated about potential financial motives, given Cam's wealth and the fact that his final will left his estate to the American Kennel Club. George O'Neill was later indicted in 2003 for embezzling $15,000 from Cam Lyman's estate. He was sentenced to 1 year of probation and ordered to pay court costs. O'Neill passed away in 2011 without providing further information about Cam's disappearance. Derek Amato. Derek Amato was born in 1966 in Denver, Colorado, and lived a normal life prior to an accident in October 2006. Amato's life took a dramatic turn during a casual pool party with friends. Attempting to dive into the pool, he miscalculated the depth and struck his head against the concrete bottom. The impact caused a severe concussion and partial hearing loss. However, it also led to a phenomenon known as acquired savant syndrome. Before the incident, Amato had no formal music training, making his sudden ability to play the piano with virtuosity both astonishing and perplexing. Acquired savant syndrome is a rare condition where a person gains extraordinary abilities in areas such as music, art, or mathematics following a brain injury or disease. 4 days after the accident, Amato found himself inexplicably drawn to a friend's keyboard. Despite never having played the piano, he was compelled to sit down and place his hands on the keys. To his and his friend's amazement, Amato began playing beautiful, complex music effortlessly. He described the experience as seeing black and white structures moving across his mind, guiding his fingers to the correct keys. This newfound ability stunned everyone around him and marked the beginning of his journey as a musical savant. Doctors and neuroscientists have studied Amato's case extensively to understand the neurological basis of his abilities. MRI scans of his brain showed significant changes in the areas associated with musical processing and memory. It is believed that the trauma to his brain rewired his neural networks, enabling him to access dormant abilities. This theory aligns with other cases of acquired savant syndrome, where brain injuries unlock hidden talents. Amato's own description of seeing music as a series of patterns and shapes is consistent with synesthesia, a condition where one sensory experience involuntarily triggers another. In Amato's case, it appears that his brain injury induced a form of synesthesia that allows him to visualize music. Since discovering his talent, Amato has embraced his new identity as a musician. He has released several albums, showcasing his unique style that blends classical, jazz, and contemporary influences. His music has been praised for its emotional depth and technical brilliance. Despite extensive research, many aspects of Amato's condition remain a mystery. The exact mechanisms that enable his musical abilities are not fully understood, and his case continues to intrigue scientists. Some theories suggest that everyone might possess latent abilities that could be unlocked under the right circumstances. This idea challenges conventional views of talent and intelligence. suggesting that extraordinary abilities might lie dormant within us all. Another theory posits that brain injuries can sometimes bypass conventional neural pathways, creating new connections that lead to savant-like skills. This phenomenon raises questions about the nature of creativity and the potential for brain plasticity. Make sure to check out the YouTube membership and Patreon. You can support my channel for as little as 99 cents a month. Also, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell if you haven't done so already. Shout out to my patrons Noah Schubert, Iced Mocha, Kurt the Squirt, Monoxide Wendigo, Jeffer Metcalf, Z-Volts, Director Delta, Unknown Delusions, Faye, Jack Russell, Boomslang, and Blasphemous. Big shout out to YouTube members Jordan All and Lowlife Baphomet. Until next time, stay safe and healthy. Peace out, everyone. Welcome to part 46 of the Ultimate Unsolved Mysteries Iceberg, where we explore true crime, urban legends, mysterious disappearances, myths and legends, internet mysteries, and more. Also, make sure to hit that notification bell since I drop new content all the time. The disappearance of the Stardust. The Stardust, a British South American Airways Avro Lancastrian, disappeared on August 2, 1947, during a flight from Buenos Aires, Argentina, to Santiago, Chile. The aircraft was piloted by experienced Captain Reginald Cook, with other crew including a first officer, a radio operator, an engineering officer, and 2 cabin attendants. The flight also carried 6 passengers. The flight took off from Buenos Aires at 1:46 p.m. local time and was expected to land in Santiago at 5:45 p.m. The weather was reportedly poor, with thick clouds and snow in the Andes Mountains, the final leg of the journey. At 5:41 p.m., 4 minutes before the scheduled landing, Stardust's radio operator sent a Morse code message to the Santiago control tower. The message read, ETA Santiago 1745 HRS Stendek. The word Stendek has since become one of aviation's greatest enigmas, with numerous theories attempting to decipher its meaning. Shortly after, all communications ceased, and Stardust never arrived. Immediate search efforts were launched, but the aircraft's remote and rugged route made the search difficult. British, Chilean, and Argentine authorities scoured the Andes for days, but no wreckage or signs of the aircraft were found. The disappearance led to much speculation. Initial theories included the plane being hijacked or forced to land in a remote location, but no evidence supported these ideas. The most plausible theory was that Stardust had crashed in the Andes, but the lack of wreckage left the mystery unsolved. Decades passed with no sign of Stardust, fueling conspiracy theories and speculation. Some suggested the aircraft was caught in a time warp or vortex, a popular idea in the early years of the Cold War. Others believed the plane had been involved in a secret mission, which led to its disappearance being covered up. In 1998, climbers in the Andes discovered wreckage, including an engine and human remains, at an altitude of approximately 15,000 feet. The site was identified as the crash location of Stardust. The wreckage was found on Mount Tupungato, about 50 miles east of Santiago. Subsequent investigations revealed that the plane had likely flown into the mountain during its descent. The crash was attributed to controlled flight into terrain, a situation where an airworthy aircraft is unintentionally flown into the ground, often due to navigational errors or poor visibility. Analysis of the wreckage and remains concluded that the aircraft had impacted the mountain at high speed, disintegrating on impact and triggering an avalanche that buried the debris. This explained why the wreckage was not found during initial searches. The debris field remained hidden under ice and snow for over 50 years before finally emerging due to glacial movement. The mysterious Stendek message remains a topic of debate. Various interpretations have been proposed. including the possibility that it was a misinterpretation of Morse code due to stress or poor signal conditions. Another theory suggests it was an acronym for a technical term, though none have been definitively proven. Thetis Lake Monster. The Thetis Lake Monster, a cryptid from British Columbia, Canada, was first sighted in 1972. Known also as the Canadian lizard man, this creature has been described as an aquatic reptilian humanoid, approximately 5 feet tall, covered in silvery scales. The creature was first reported on August 17, 1972, by 2 teenage boys. They described an encounter with a monstrous entity while they were on the shores of Thetis Lake, near Victoria, BC. The boys claimed the creature emerged from the water, prompting them to flee in terror. According to their description, the monster was roughly humanoid with large, bulging eyes, a fish-like mouth, and a body covered in scales and spikes. This sighting was reported to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, who took the boys' claims seriously and initiated an investigation. A few days after the initial report, 2 other teenagers claimed to have seen the monster while fishing at Thetis Lake. They described seeing the creature rise from the water before submerging again. Interestingly, many years later, one of them admitted that they had fabricated their story after hearing about the initial sighting. I note that this has been cited by skeptics as evidence that the creature cannot be real. However, I don't see how a copycat faking a sighting negates the first sighting. In 2010, another group of teenagers reported a similar sighting, describing a large, dark creature with a long tail and a head resembling a crocodile swimming in the lake. This modern sighting reignited interest in the mystery and added to the creature's lore. The legend of the Thetis Lake Monster may have roots in local Native American folklore. According to the Kwakwa'apilt First Nation, a powerful water spirit is believed to inhabit Thetis Lake, which some have cited as evidence for the monster. And yes, I guarantee I did butcher that pronunciation. This spirit, described as a protector of the natural world, could be the mythological precursor to the monster sightings reported in modern times. Over the years, numerous theories have emerged to explain the sightings of the Thetis Lake Monster. Some speculate that the creature could be a surviving member of a prehistoric species, while others believe it might be a new, unidentified species of aquatic reptile. Comparisons have been made to the gill man from the 1954 film Creature from the Black Lagoon, but the differences in physical descriptions suggest a distinct entity. Skeptics propose more mundane explanations. Some suggest that the sightings could have been hoaxes or misidentifications of common animals or objects. Further, given that one of the witnesses admitted to fabricating the sighting, this adds credence to the hoax theory, at least according to the skeptics. The creature continues to be a subject of debate, drawing both believers and skeptics to Thetis Lake in hopes of catching a glimpse of the mysterious beast, or debunking it once and for all. The vanishing of the Patinella. The Patinella, a 63-foot schooner, departed from Fremantle, Western Australia, on October 16, 1988, destined for Airlie Beach in Queensland. The crew consisted of skipper Ken Jones, his wife Noreen, crew members Michael Calvin and John Blissett, and for part of the journey, their daughter Ronna Lee. The journey was supposed to be routine, but on November 8, 1988, the Patinella disappeared without a trace. The last known communication from the vessel came around 1 a.m., when Ken Jones radioed in to report they had run out of fuel, but were not in distress, intending to sail towards Sydney Harbor. Later calls included odd requests for directions, and were followed by a final cryptic transmission filled with static. Despite extensive searches, no trace of the schooner or its crew was found immediately following the disappearance. The only physical evidence recovered was a buoy marked Patinella Fremantle, discovered off Terrigal, New South Wales in 1989. Adding to the mystery, a message in a bottle dated October 23, 1988, was found on a remote beach near Eucla in 2008. Written by John Blissett, the note described their voyage and included a phone number for a free holiday prize, further deepening the mystery. Various theories have been proposed over the years to explain the disappearance of the Patinella. One theory suggests the yacht may have collided with a larger vessel, such as a container ship. Such a ship would have had the capacity to destroy the smaller schooner without leaving significant evidence. However, there was little maritime traffic reported in the area at that time. Another theory involves possible foul play, such as piracy or illegal activities involving illicit substances, although no concrete evidence supports this. The Australian government conducted an inquiry in 1992, concluding that the vessel most likely foundered and sank on November 8th, shortly after its last radio transmission. Despite this official conclusion, the absence of any definitive wreckage or remains has kept the mystery alive and subject to ongoing speculation and intrigue. What's up, everyone? It's your boy Jimmy here. Let me take a brief moment to promote my channel. If you're enjoying my content, please hit the like and subscribe buttons and the notification bell. Also, if you really want to take it to the next level, please consider signing up for a YouTube membership or a Patreon membership. You can support for as little as 99 cents a month. Also, remember to join the Discord as well. We've got just over 100 members at this point. The Yonaguni Monument. The Yonaguni Monument, discovered in 1987 off the southern coast of Yonaguni Island, Japan, is a submerged rock formation that has stirred significant interest and debate among scientists. This mysterious structure, located near Japan's Ryukyu Islands, consists of massive, flat stones arranged in terraces, steps, and other linear formations. Some have proposed these resemble man-made architectural elements or structures, and the origin of the Yonaguni Monument is hotly contested. Some experts argue that the monument is a natural formation shaped by the erosive forces of water and tectonic activity, characteristic of the seismically active region. They point to the stratigraphy of sandstones, which can naturally fracture in straight lines and angles that might appear man-made from certain perspectives. On the other hand, a faction of researchers, including renowned Professor Masaki Kimura, contends that the monument is man-made. Kimura, having studied the site for over 2 decades, suggests that the monument could be the remnants of an ancient civilization, potentially linking it with Lemuria. His observations of tool marks, carved turtles, and meticulously arranged stones bolster his argument for human craftsmanship. The Yonaguni Monument has also been linked to various theories about ancient civilizations and potential ritualistic or ceremonial use. The debate extends to include speculations about connections to the Ryukyu Kingdom or even to the enigmatic site of Nan Madol in Micronesia, drawing parallels between their architectural styles. The geological setting of the Yonaguni Monument suggests it could have been above water around 10,000 years ago. This period corresponds to the last ice age, implying significant environmental changes might have led to its submersion, thereby preserving what could potentially be a snapshot of prehistoric architectural practices. The monument's location at a depth of 20 meters underwater presents unique challenges for archaeology. The strong currents and poor visibility often hinder detailed study, which necessitates the use of advanced underwater archaeology techniques. Despite the absence of definitive archaeological evidence to conclusively prove whether the structure was formed by natural geological processes or by human hands, Yonaguni continues to fascinate. The Library of the Moscow Tsars. The Library of the Moscow Tsars, often referred to as the Lost Library of Ivan the Terrible, captures the mysteries surrounding its existence and eventual disappearance. This repository, steeped in legend and scholarly debate, supposedly housed an extensive collection of valuable manuscripts, including ancient Greek, Egyptian, and Latin texts. The origins of the library trace back to the 15th century when Sophia, descending from the Byzantine imperial family, married Ivan III, the Grand Prince of Moscow. Sophia allegedly brought with her a significant collection of texts that constituted part of the library originally amassed by Byzantine emperors. This collection was further expanded under the reign of their grandson, Ivan the Terrible, who is said to have sent emissaries across Europe to acquire rare manuscripts to augment this library. The exact fate of the library remains one of the greatest cultural mysteries in Eastern Europe. Following Ivan the Terrible's death in 1584, the library vanished without a trace. Over the centuries, various theories have been proposed about its fate. Some suggest that the library was hidden beneath the Kremlin to protect its contents from being destroyed or looted during periods of conflict and turmoil, particularly during the time of troubles in early 17th century Russia. Another theory suggests one of the several great fires that swept Moscow in the 16th and 17th centuries led to the end of the collection. Perhaps the most fanciful version of what happened to the library is that the leather-bound books were eaten while the city of Moscow was under siege. The search for the library has been a centuries-long endeavor that has fascinated both treasure hunters and scholars. In the 19th century, significant efforts were made to locate it, with figures like Professor Thramer of the University of Strasbourg searching for hidden subterranean chambers under the Kremlin, where the library was rumored to be stored. Despite these extensive searches, no conclusive evidence of the library's existence has been unearthed, leading some scholars to doubt its existence altogether. Despite the lack of physical evidence, the story of the library continues to hold a significant place in Russian cultural history. The idea that such a collection could have existed offers a tantalizing glimpse into the intellectual life of the Moscow Tsars and the broader historical narrative of Russia's engagement with the intellectual currents of Europe and the Byzantine Empire. Despite the skepticism of some historians regarding the library's existence, the allure of discovering such a trove continues to inspire both academic and amateur investigations. Kingston Hill slaying. In the early hours of September 22, 1881, Police Constable Fred Atkins was patrolling Kingston Hill in London, a neighborhood troubled by frequent burglaries. Atkins was found severely injured outside a mansion, having sustained multiple gunshot wounds. Despite his injuries, he managed to communicate that he had not seen or heard anyone before the attack. The discovery of Atkins' body near the mansion's entrance revealed key details. A lantern and a chisel were found close by, suggesting an interrupted burglary. A nearby window had its iron bars removed, likely by the intruders. Witnesses reported hearing the gunshots, but no one saw the assailants, leaving authorities with minimal evidence. One prime suspect was Frank Brockwell, a local blacksmith whose boots matched footprints found at the scene. Despite this, he was released after extensive questioning due to insufficient evidence. The lack of concrete leads resulted in the case growing cold, and no one was ever convicted. Several theories have been proposed over the years. Some suggest that Atkins stumbled upon a group of burglars who panicked and shot him. Others believe that the crime was planned and executed by individuals familiar with Atkins's patrol route. Theories also speculate on the involvement of local criminals who might have had motives to target a law enforcement officer. This case played a crucial role in the decision to arm police officers in the UK. However, it wasn't until a second fatal incident in 1882 and an attempted slaying in 1883 that authorities finally authorized constables to carry weapons on dangerous night patrols. The jumping Frenchman of Maine is a rare and curious disorder that surfaced among a group of lumberjacks in the late 19th century. This phenomenon, first described by Dr. George Miller Beard in 1880, has fascinated medical professionals and historians due to its unusual and extreme reflex reactions. Dr. Beard encountered the disorder in a group of lumberjacks working in the forests of Maine. These men exhibited an exaggerated startle response, now known as the jumping behavior. When startled, the affected individuals would respond with intense, involuntary physical reactions. These reactions included jumping, yelling, hitting, and even mimicking the commands or actions of others without control. The men Dr. Beard studied were all of French-Canadian descent, and this led to the initial assumption that the condition might be linked to their ethnic background. However, further investigations revealed that the disorder was not widespread among French Canadians outside these specific communities, suggesting that other factors might be at play. The disorder primarily affected adult males, with the onset typically occurring during adolescence or early adulthood. The intensity of the response varied among individuals, but in severe cases, the jumpers would display almost puppet-like reactions to sudden stimuli. For instance, if someone unexpectedly shouted or clapped near them, the affected person would leap into the air, shout, or even obey simple commands involuntarily, such as hitting someone or throwing objects. Several theories have been proposed to explain this bizarre condition. One theory suggests that it may be a form of hyperexplexia, a genetic disorder characterized by an exaggerated startle response. This mutation disrupts the normal inhibition of motor neurons, leading to the extreme reactions observed in those with the disorder. Another theory posits that the jumping Frenchman of Maine may be a culturally bound syndrome, influenced by the social and environmental conditions of the lumber camps. The isolation, strenuous physical labor, and close-knit nature of these communities may have created an environment where such behaviors were more likely to manifest and be reinforced. In this context, the exaggerated startle response could have developed as a coping mechanism or a form of social bonding among the workers. Interestingly, similar phenomena have been documented in other cultures, further complicating the understanding of the disorder. In Malaysia, a condition known as lata involves similar involuntary mimicry and exaggerated startle responses, primarily affecting women. In Siberia, a condition called Cheat shares characteristics with the jumping Frenchman of Maine, suggesting that this type of response might have deeper, perhaps universal, neurological roots. Despite the intriguing nature of the disorder, it remains relatively obscure, and few comprehensive studies have been conducted since Dr. Beard's initial observations. Modern interest in the jumping Frenchman of Maine has waned, partly due to the rarity of the condition and the lack of contemporary cases to study. However, it continues to be a topic of curiosity and discussion in both medical literature and popular culture. The laughing epidemic. The Tanganyika laughter epidemic was a strange phenomenon that began on January 30th, 1962, at a mission-run boarding school for girls in the village of Kashasha in Tanzania. The episode started with 3 girls, but quickly spread throughout the school, causing widespread panic and confusion. Within a few hours, nearly half of the 159 students were affected, exhibiting symptoms of uncontrollable laughter, crying, and restlessness. The school was forced to close on March 18, 1962. The closure, however, did not contain the epidemic. Instead, it spread to Shamba, a village where several of the students lived, affecting 217 people. From there, it continued to spread to other nearby villages, infecting hundreds of people over several months. The symptoms of the epidemic were varied but had common threads. Victims experienced episodes of uncontrollable laughter lasting from a few minutes to several hours. This was often accompanied by crying, pain, fainting, respiratory problems, rashes, and attacks of screaming. Despite extensive medical testing, no physical cause was found for these symptoms. Doctors and researchers were baffled, as there were no signs of infection, toxins, or other physical explanations. The epidemic's impact was significant. Several schools in the region had to close down temporarily as students and staff were affected. By the time the epidemic faded out in mid-1962, around 1,000 people were reported to have been affected. There are several theories about what caused the laughter epidemic. The most widely accepted explanation is that it was a case of mass hysteria, which can occur in a high-stress environment. The stress can be psychological, social, or a combination of factors. In the case of the Tanganyika laughter epidemic, several factors might have contributed to the outbreak. The students at the mission school were under significant pressure. They were living away from their families, adapting to strict school routines, and facing the challenges of adolescence. Additionally, the region was undergoing social and political changes following Tanganyika's recent independence from British colonial rule in 1961. This period of transition may have contributed to heightened stress levels among the population. Another theory suggests that the laughter epidemic could have been a form of social mimicry, where individuals unconsciously imitate the behaviors of others around them. In tightly knit communities, such behaviors can spread quickly. The initial laughter episodes among the schoolgirls may have triggered a chain reaction, with others mimicking the behavior either consciously or unconsciously. Cultural factors might also have played a role. In many African cultures, expressions of emotion through laughter or crying can be communal activities, deeply embedded in social interactions. The laughter epidemic could have been an extreme manifestation of this cultural expression, amplified by the stressful conditions and the close-knit nature of the communities involved. While the epidemic eventually subsided, the exact cause of the epidemic remains a mystery. Make sure to check out the YouTube membership and Patreon. You can support my channel for as little as 99 cents a month. Also, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell if you haven't done so already. Shout out to my patrons Noah Schubert, Iced Mocha, Kurt the Squirt, Monoxide Wendigo, Jeffer Metcalf, Z Volts, Director Delta, Unknown Delusions, Faye, Jack Russell, Boomslang, and Blasphemous. Also, big shout out to YouTube member Jordan All. Until next time, stay safe and healthy. Peace out, everyone. Welcome to part 47 of the Ultimate Unsolved Mysteries Iceberg, where we explore true crime, urban legends, mysterious disappearances, myths and legends, internet mysteries, and more. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and also ring that notification bell. The Capgras Delusion. The Capgras Delusion, also known as Capgras Syndrome, is a rare psychiatric disorder where an individual believes that a close family member, friend, or pet has been replaced by an identical imposter. This can lead to significant stress and anxiety, behavioral changes, and even aggression towards the perceived imposter. The delusion is highly individualistic, varying widely among those affected. Named after French psychiatrist Joseph Capgras, who first described the phenomenon in 1923, this delusion is classified under delusional misidentification syndromes. Joseph Capgras identified this delusion through his work with a patient who believed her husband and other close relatives had been replaced by lookalikes. This early case highlighted the unique nature of the delusion, where recognition remains intact, but the emotional connection is disrupted, leading to the belief in imposters. One of the more famous cases involves a woman named Madam M, who believed that her husband had been replaced. This belief led her to seek a divorce from the quote-unquote imposter husband. Another notable case is that of Alan Davies, who referred to his wife as Christine II to distinguish her from his quote real wife, Christine I. The exact cause of Capgras delusion remains unclear, but several theories have been proposed. One prevalent theory suggests that it is related to a disconnection between the brain regions responsible for facial recognition and the areas involved in emotional processing. This disconnect prevents the emotional response usually triggered by recognizing familiar faces, leading the individual to perceive loved ones as imposters. Other theories suggest that brain injuries, especially to the right hemisphere or bifrontal regions, might lead to the delusion by affecting facial recognition and memory. Some researchers believe that Capgras delusion may be a manifestation of other underlying psychiatric disorders, such as schizophrenia or schizoaffective disorder. Studies have shown that a significant number of individuals with Capgras also suffer from these conditions. While its exact causes are still under investigation, understanding and managing the condition through medical and therapeutic interventions can significantly improve the quality of life. Researchers continue to study this delusion to better comprehend its mechanisms and develop more effective treatments. Personally, I find the Capgras delusion to be one of the most terrifying topics I've touched upon so far in this entire series. The idea that one day you may wake up and believe all your loved ones have been replaced is incredibly scary. Also, it's difficult to imagine how difficult it is to be a loved one of someone suffering from this condition. The Melonheads. The legend of the Melonheads is a piece of American folklore with roots in Ohio, Michigan, and Connecticut. These mythical creatures are described as small humanoids with disproportionately large heads, thought to be the result of various nefarious or tragic circumstances. The Melonheads legend has multiple regional variations, each with unique elements. In Ohio, the story is often linked to Kirtland in Lake County. Local lore suggests that the Melonheads were once orphans under the care of a sinister figure known as Dr. Crow. According to the tale, Dr. Crow conducted bizarre experiments on these orphans, causing their heads to swell. Eventually, the orphans escaped, setting fire to the orphanage and fleeing into the surrounding forests. In Michigan, the Melonheads are connected to the area around Felt Mansion in Allegan County. Here, the legend suggests that these beings were children who suffered from hydrocephalus and were subjected to horrific treatments at an asylum before escaping into the woods. Similarly, in Connecticut, various accounts point to mental institutions where children with similar conditions were mistreated and fled into rural areas. These children ended up living off the land, becoming a self-sustaining population of feral humans. Despite regional differences, the core description of Melonheads remains consistent: small stature, large bulbous heads, and an often grotesque appearance. In Ohio, they are described as childlike with red glowing eyes. In Michigan, they are said to have elongated skulls and sharp teeth. In Connecticut, they are depicted as thin, pale creatures with large, bald heads. Numerous stories and encounters with Melonheads have been reported over the years. In Ohio, particularly around Wisner Road in Kirtland, residents claim to have seen these creatures lurking in the woods, sometimes attacking those who venture too close to their territory. In Michigan, tales often involve sightings near the old Felt Mansion, where individuals report hearing high-pitched screeches and seeing strange figures darting through the forest. In Connecticut, the Melonheads are often linked to desolate rural roads, sometimes ominously nicknamed Dracula Drive or other spooky names. Stories include eerie encounters on roads like Velvet Street in Trumbull, where people claim to have seen these creatures emerging from the woods to chase cars or travelers. Theories about the origins of the melon heads are varied and often involve a mix of scientific and supernatural explanations. One common theory is that the melon heads are the result of genetic disorders, particularly hydrocephalus, which causes the head to swell due to fluid accumulation in the brain. Another theory suggests that these legends arose from real historical fears about mental asylums and the treatment of patients within them. In the past, psychiatric institutions were often shrouded in mystery and horror, giving rise to tales of cruel experiments and mistreated patients who might escape into the surrounding wilderness. And hey, let's be honest here. The track record of mental institutions was, to put it mildly, not entirely positive. Foreign accent syndrome. Foreign accent syndrome is a rare condition in which individuals suddenly begin to speak with a foreign accent, different from their native one. This phenomenon typically occurs after a brain injury, such as a stroke or trauma, but can also arise from other neurological conditions or even psychological factors. The first known case of foreign accent syndrome was reported in 1907 when a Parisian man began speaking with a German accent following a brain injury. However, the condition gained broader recognition during World War II. Norwegian neurologist Georg Hermann Monrad Krohn documented a well-known case involving a woman named Astrid, who, after being injured by shrapnel, started speaking with a German-sounding accent. Monrad Krohn initially termed this condition dysprosody, but for obvious reasons, foreign accent syndrome caught on rather than this proposed term. Foreign accent syndrome has been documented in fewer than 100 cases worldwide, making it extremely rare. Some notable instances include a Tasmanian woman, Leanne Rowe, who started speaking with a French accent after recovering from a car accident. A British woman, Kath Lockett, who developed an accent sounding between French and Italian after treatment for a brain tumor. Linda Walker from Newcastle, who, after a stroke, was perceived to speak with various accents, from Italian to Slovakian. Foreign accent syndrome is most commonly associated with brain injuries that affect areas controlling speech. These changes in speech patterns often involve rhythm, pitch, and intonation, leading to the perception of a foreign accent. For example, vowel production, which relies on precise tongue placement, can be disrupted, causing significant changes in how speech sounds. Despite advances in neurology, the exact mechanisms behind foreign accent syndrome remain partly mysterious. Interestingly, many individuals with foreign accent syndrome do not consistently speak with one specific foreign accent. Instead, their altered speech is perceived differently by different listeners, which highlights the subjective nature of accent perception. There are no standard treatments for foreign accent syndrome, given the extreme rarity of the condition. However, speech therapy can help some individuals regain their original accent or improve their speech. Foreign accent syndrome significantly impacts individuals' lives, often leading to emotional and psychological challenges. Many patients report feeling a loss of identity and experience skepticism from others who may doubt the authenticity of their condition. This social and psychological impact can be profound, sometimes resulting in anxiety or depression. Ongoing research aims to unravel the mysteries of foreign accent syndrome, offering hope for better diagnosis and treatment in the future. If you're enjoying my content, please hit the like and subscribe buttons and the notification bell. Also, if you really want to take it to the next level, please consider signing up for a YouTube membership or a Patreon membership. You can support for as little as 99 cents a month. Benefits include access to exclusive videos from my early days as a YouTuber, shoutouts at certain tiers, and the satisfaction of helping keeping this channel running. Also remember to join the Discord server as well. we've got just over 100 members at this point. The WebDriver Torso. WebDriver Torso is one of YouTube's most enigmatic channels, sparking various theories and speculations since its inception. Created on March 7, 2013 by Google, the channel began uploading videos on September 23, 2013. Each video is 11 seconds long, featuring sequences of blue and red rectangles accompanied by electronic tones. The purpose and origin of these videos remained a mystery for several months, leading to a flurry of theories ranging from espionage to art projects. The WebDriver Torso channel rapidly gained attention due to its sheer volume of uploads. By 2014, it had uploaded over 77,000 videos, all following a consistent format. This consistency and the cryptic nature of the videos led to widespread speculation. In June 2014, it was revealed that Google was behind the channel, using it as an automated system to test YouTube's performance, specifically how videos were processed and displayed on the platform. Despite Google's admission, the mystery didn't end there. The channel's peculiar characteristics and the initial lack of transparency led to several theories. Some believed WebDriver Torso was a modern-day numbers station used for covert communication, especially since the videos appeared methodical and encrypted. Others speculated that the channel was an elaborate art project, using the repetitive and abstract nature of the videos as a form of digital expression. The most plausible explanation, confirmed by Google, is that the channel was part of an internal testing mechanism. Google used these videos to ensure YouTube's upload quality and functionality were consistent across different devices and regions. A few incidents added to the intrigue surrounding WebDriver Torso. In May 2014, the BBC noted that one of WebDriver Torso's non-standard videos featured a light show on the Eiffel Tower. This led to speculation about the geographical connection and the purpose behind such deviations from the usual format. There were theories connecting the channel to Google's office in Zurich. Speculations arose from the involvement of Google employees and the presence of linked social media accounts that seemed to originate from Zurich. The WebDriver Torso aesthetic made its way into the Android L developer build as an Easter egg, showcasing the pervasive nature of this test channel. Even after Google's explanation, some mysteries remain. For instance, why did the channel occasionally upload non-standard videos? And why did the channel upload these videos publicly if they were intended solely for internal testing purposes? These anomalies fueled ongoing curiosity and kept the channel in the spotlight. Moreover, the precise reasons for choosing such a distinctive format for testing were never fully disclosed, leaving room for continued speculation. Fire poltergeists. Fire-starting poltergeists stand out as one of the most potentially terrifying paranormal phenomena, due to the obvious potential for extreme harm. A poltergeist is a type of supernatural entity believed to cause physical disturbances, such as loud noises, moving objects, and other inexplicable events in the physical realm. The term poltergeist comes from the German words poltern, to make noise, and Geist, ghost or spirit. Unlike typical ghosts, which are often considered to be spirits of deceased individuals, poltergeists are known for their malevolent and disruptive behavior. The main difference between a poltergeist and a ghost lies in their behavior and interaction with the physical world. Ghosts are generally perceived as passive apparitions or echoes of the past, often seen or felt, but not physically disruptive. Poltergeists, on the other hand, are active and aggressive, engaging in physical activities that impact their surroundings. These entities are said to ignite spontaneous fires without any apparent physical cause. One of the most documented cases of a fire starting poltergeist occurred in Odon, Indiana, in April 1941. William Hackler's farmhouse experienced a series of unexplainable fires over a single day. The first fire was discovered in an upstairs room, seemingly originating from within the wall. Despite the lack of electrical wiring and no active fire sources like stoves, the blaze mysteriously burned. Hackler quickly called the local volunteer fire department, which managed to extinguish the blaze. However, this was just the beginning. Throughout that day, 28 separate fires erupted in various parts of the house, including a mattress and a book that burned from the inside out. The Hackler family, spooked by the events, decided to demolish the farmhouse and rebuild. This drastic measure seemed to work, as no further incidents were reported in their new home. The mysterious fires never returned, leaving the case unsolved and adding to its mystique. In another case from Alabama in 1971, a family was subjected to a series of fires that erupted in their home over several months. These fires destroyed various household items, and despite extensive investigations, no cause was found. The family even underwent scrutiny to rule out insurance fraud, but no evidence suggested they were responsible for the fires. Another well-known incident took place in Caneto di Carogna, Italy, starting in January 2004. This small village saw a wave of fires affecting electrical appliances and objects without any discernible ignition source. The Italian government even conducted an investigation exploring possibilities such as geomagnetic phenomena and sabotage, but no definitive cause was ever established. Fire poltergeists, often referred to as fire starters or pyrogeists, are distinct from typical poltergeists. The fires they cause often appear to start spontaneously and can ignite various materials, sometimes even in rapid succession. In many reported incidents, the fires defy logical explanation. They can start in isolated parts of a building, sometimes even in objects like mattresses and books. What makes these cases particularly eerie is the absence of any clear ignition source or accelerant. This has led to much speculation and fear, as traditional fire prevention and firefighting methods seem ineffective against such phenomena. Several theories have been proposed to explain these mysterious fires. One of the more scientific approaches suggests geomagnetic or electromagnetic anomalies might be responsible. However, no consistent evidence has supported this theory across different cases. Another theory posits that gases, such as methane seeping from underground sources, might ignite spontaneously. Yet, this too has failed to provide a comprehensive explanation. Others propose that these fires may be started by ball lightning. And yes, for any long-time listeners of this channel, I always love to reference ball lightning when possible. Some researchers and skeptics argue that these fires could be the result of human actions, either intentional or subconscious. In some cases, investigators have suspected individuals, particularly young people, of setting the fires either as a prank or due to psychological issues. However, this explanation often falls short in cases where the fires seem to start in the presence of multiple credible witnesses or in areas where no one could have logically been present. With historical accounts and contemporary reports, these mysterious fires challenge our understanding of both the physical and supernatural worlds. While various theories have been proposed, none have definitively explained the cause of these spontaneous combustions. As such, the mystery of the fire poltergeist continues to intrigue and terrify those who encounter them. Room 8, the school cat. Room 8, a beloved cat who made a profound impact on the Elysian Heights Elementary School in Echo Park, California, has an extraordinary story that captivates many even today. And yeah, I'm just going to come out and say it. Room 8, The School Cat, sounds like an indie rock band. Room 8 first wandered into the Elysian Heights Elementary School in 1952. The cat, named after the classroom he frequented, quickly became a fixture at the school. Every school year, he would reside at the school, mysteriously disappearing during the summer break and reappearing with the new academic year. This predictable routine continued for 16 years, making Room 8 a beloved member of the school community. Room 8's fame extended beyond the school grounds. He became a regional celebrity, drawing media attention and receiving up to 100 letters daily addressed to him at the school. His photograph appeared in the annual school yearbook alongside the graduating 6th grade class. One notable aspect of Room 8's life was his resilience and adaptability. Despite never having a permanent home, he was well cared for by the students and faculty. As he aged, he suffered from health issues like feline pneumonia and injuries from cat fights. A local family took him in to ensure he received proper care, and the school janitor would carry him across the street each day to maintain his connection with the school. Room 8's impact was so profound that when he passed away on August 13, 1968, his obituary in the Los Angeles Times rivaled those of major public figures, running 3 columns with a photograph. He was buried at the Los Angeles Pet Memorial Park in Calabasas, California, with a headstone funded by donations from students in the community. The legacy of Room 8 extended beyond his lifetime. In 1972, the Room 8 Memorial Cat Foundation was established in his honor. This foundation continues to rescue and care for cats, ensuring that Room 8's spirit of kindness and community lives on. Additionally, Elysian Heights Elementary School has immortalized him with murals, and his paw prints are preserved in cement on the school's sidewalk. His predictable return every school year added an element of mystery and anticipation, endearing him to the students and faculty alike. Even today, Room 8 remains a symbol of loyalty, resilience, and the power of community in Echo Park and beyond. The disappearance of Hannah Upp. Hannah Upp, a vibrant and dedicated teacher, disappeared under mysterious circumstances not once, but 3 times. While she was successfully rescued the first 2 times, sadly she remains missing at this point. Her case is particularly puzzling due to her diagnosis of dissociative fugue. This is a rare form of amnesia that can cause individuals to lose their memory and travel long distances without awareness of their identity. The first incident occurred in August 2008, when Hannah was a middle school teacher in New York City. She went for a jog and vanished, sparking a citywide search. Nearly 3 weeks later, she was found floating in the Hudson River, severely sunburned and dehydrated, with no memory of the time she was missing. Despite thorough medical examinations, doctors could find no physical explanation for her condition and diagnosed her with dissociative fugue. This condition is often triggered by psychological stress or trauma, though Hannah reported no such experiences. In September 2013, Hannah experienced a similar episode while living in Maryland. She disappeared for 2 days before being found in a creek with no recollection of her whereabouts during the period. This incident further highlighted the unpredictable and disorienting nature of her condition. The most baffling disappearance occurred on September 14, 2017, in St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands. Hannah had moved there in 2013, embracing the local culture and becoming an active member of the community. She taught at the Virgin Islands Montessori School and was well loved by her students and colleagues. However, following the devastating impact of Hurricane Irma and in the lead-up to Hurricane Maria, Hannah vanished again. She was last seen heading for a swim at Sapphire Beach, where her car was later found with her personal belongings inside. This disappearance was complicated by the chaotic environment caused by the hurricanes. Search efforts were hampered by severe weather and limited resources. Several theories have emerged regarding Hannah's fate. Some believe she might have once again succumbed to a fugue state, potentially traveling to another location unknowingly. In favor of this is the fact that Hannah vanished during a period between two hurricanes, which would naturally be extremely stressful events. Others speculate she may have started a new life elsewhere, though this seems less likely given the lack of any contact or evidence since her disappearance. The fact that her passport, cash, and credit cards were left behind complicates the theory of voluntary relocation. The case remains unsolved, and Hannah's mother continues to search for her daughter, holding on to the hope that she might still be alive. Various sightings have been reported over the years, but none have led to conclusive results. The Midnight Bus. The Midnight Bus, or Bus 375, is one of China's urban legends, believed by some to be based on true events. The story unfolded on the night of November 14, 1995, in Beijing. The last bus of the night, Bus 375, departed from the Yuanming bus terminus, heading towards Fragrant Hills in Beijing. The bus had a few passengers, including an old woman and a young man who boarded together. As the bus continued its route, the driver spotted three men waving it down despite not being at an official bus stop. Upon stopping, three men boarded. Two were supporting a third who appeared disheveled, with his face obscured by long hair. All three were dressed in traditional Qing dynasty robes, which the conductor explained as costumes, possibly from actors who had finished filming nearby. As the journey progressed, an eerie silence filled the bus, and at one point, the old woman suddenly accused the young man of stealing her wallet. A heated argument ensued, and the driver, attempting to mediate, pulled the bus over. The woman insisted that they get off the bus to resolve the issue, and reluctantly, with the assistance of the bus driver, the young man agreed to follow her off the bus. Once off the bus, the old woman revealed her true intentions. She had noticed that the new passengers did not have feet and were floating. Yeah, that's right. This is a ghost bus, as in a bus for ghosts, so you can't just suplex it out of existence. The bus driver alerted the authorities and continued along the route, with the expectation that the authorities would intercept the bus. However, this did not happen, and the following morning, Bus 375 was reported missing. Days later, it was discovered submerged in the Miyun Reservoir, approximately 100 kilometers from its destination. The bus did not have enough fuel to reach the reservoir, yet it ended up there. The fuel tank was found filled with blood instead of gasoline. The bodies were excessively decomposed for the short time they had been missing, even considering the warm weather. No security cameras recorded the bus's journey to the reservoir. Despite multiple investigations, these mysteries remained unresolved. One popular theory suggests that the story is purely fictional, a modern ghost story designed to entertain and frighten. Critics argue that the lack of concrete evidence and official records supports this view. Another theory posits that the tale is an exaggerated account of a real event, perhaps involving foul play or a tragic accident. Some suggest that the bus might have been hijacked and driven into the reservoir, with the story of ghostly passengers added later to heighten the drama. However, others prefer a more supernatural explanation, proposing that the bus entered another dimension or was cursed, leading to its mysterious fate. I'm going to sum up my thoughts on this one by quoting the great Jonathan Frakes. It's false. No way. Pure fiction. It didn't happen. This never happened. It's a total fabrication. Make sure to check out the YouTube membership and Patreon. You can support my channel for as little as 99 cents a month. Also, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell if you haven't done so already. Shout out to my patrons Noah Schubert, Iced Mocha, Kurt the Squirt, Monoxide Wendigo, Jeffer Metcalf, Z-Volts, Director Delta, Unknown Delusions, Faye, Jack Russell, Boomslang, and Blasphemous. Also, special shout out to new patron Spookiest Becky. Big shout out to YouTube member Jordan All. Until next time, stay safe and healthy. Peace out, everyone. Welcome to part 48 of the Ultimate Unsolved Mysteries Iceberg, where we explore true crime, urban legends, mysterious disappearances, myths and legends, internet mysteries, and more. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring the notification bell. The Tully Monster. The Tully Monster, scientifically known as Tullimonstrum gregarium, is one of the most peculiar and controversial creatures discovered in the fossil record. It lived approximately 300 million years ago during the Pennsylvanian period, and has been primarily found in the Mason Creek fossil beds in Illinois. Named after the amateur fossil hunter Francis Tully, who discovered it in 1958, this creature has perplexed scientists for decades due to its unique and bizarre anatomy. The Tully monster's physical characteristics are quite unusual. It possessed a long, flexible proboscis ending in a claw-like structure, eyes on stalks extending from either side of its head, and a segmented body resembling that of a modern-day worm. Despite its strange features and fearsome name, the largest specimens of the Tully monster only reached about a foot in length. For years, the classification of the Tully monster remained contentious. Initial theories varied widely, with some scientists suggesting it could be a worm, mollusk, or even an arthropod. However, a significant breakthrough occurred in 2016 when a team of researchers from Yale University and the Field Museum in Chicago conducted a detailed study of over 1,200 Tully monster fossils. They proposed that the creature was a vertebrate, closely related to modern lampreys. The basis for this classification rested on several anatomical features that the researchers identified. They pointed out the presence of a notochord, which functions similarly to a spinal cord in vertebrates, as well as gill structures and cartilaginous elements. These features are typically found in vertebrate animals. Additionally, the Tully monster exhibited features of complex eyes, with features akin to those of vertebrate eyes, suggesting a camera-like eye structure. Despite these findings, the debate over the Tully monster's classification is not fully settled. Some paleontologists argue against the vertebrate classification, citing inconsistencies in the anatomical evidence. For instance, the structure identified as a notochord in the Tully monster does not entirely match those found in other known vertebrates. Moreover, some researchers suggest that the features interpreted as vertebrate traits could instead be remnants of the gut or other non-vertebrate structures. Critics also highlight that notochords are not always preserved in fossils, adding complexity to the classification. Further complicating the issue, a study published in 2017 challenged the vertebrate theory, presenting alternative interpretations of the Tully monster's anatomical features. The study pointed out that the supposed notochord extends in a way that is atypical for known vertebrates and lacks other definitive vertebrate characteristics such as an inner ear structure. While significant strides have been made in understanding the Tully monster, its exact place in the tree of life remains a topic of ongoing research and debate. This creature's unusual combination of primitive and advanced features continues to captivate scientists and the public, and provoke new hypotheses about its nature and evolution. Also, let me know in the comments below if you would like me to cover more paleontology-related topics. I have a feeling I know the answer to this question, but I'm going to ask anyway. Also, this is another amazing underwater mystery suggestion by frequent contributor Lauren Redmond. The South Pole poisoning. In the icy expanse of Antarctica, An extremely puzzling incident occurred at the Amundsen-Scott South Pole Station in 2000. This remote research station, located at the southernmost point on Earth, is known for its extreme conditions and isolation. The station is home to scientists and support staff conducting crucial research, often in harsh, dark winters. Amid this isolated environment, the mysterious poisoning of Dr. Rodney Marks, an Australian astrophysicist, shocked the small community and the wider world. On May 11, 2000, Dr. Marks fell ill, experiencing symptoms including stomach pain, nausea, and difficulty breathing. Despite receiving medical attention from the station's sole physician, Dr. Thompson, his condition rapidly worsened. When Marks first fell ill, the doctor initially treated him for what appeared to be a severe case of gastroenteritis. Given the symptoms and the isolated setting, Dr. Thompson's ability to diagnose and treat was limited to the resources available on site. Despite his best efforts to alleviate Dr. Marks's symptoms, Marks's condition deteriorated rapidly over the next 36 hours, leading to his untimely passing. The incident initially seemed inexplicable, given the isolated and controlled environment of the station. Due to Antarctica's remote location, an autopsy could not be immediately performed. Dr. Marks's body was flown to New Zealand, the closest nation with the necessary facilities. The autopsy revealed that Dr. Marks had died from methanol poisoning, a highly toxic substance commonly found in antifreeze, solvents, and some laboratory reagents. This revelation raised numerous questions and theories about how and why he had ingested methanol. One of the first theories considered was accidental ingestion. Methanol is sometimes present in laboratory environments, and it's possible that Dr. Marks might have unknowingly consumed a contaminated substance. However, the controlled nature of the station's supply chain and the careful handling of chemicals made this scenario quite unlikely. Moreover, methanol poisoning typically requires consuming a significant amount of the substance, making accidental ingestion an unsatisfactory explanation, in my view. Another theory suggested that Dr. Marks might have intentionally ingested methanol. This theory faced significant skepticism, especially from those who knew him well. Dr. Marks was described as a dedicated scientist and a vibrant individual with a promising career. Colleagues and friends found it hard to believe that he would willingly consume methanol. Furthermore, there were no indications or documented evidence of any such intentions. The isolated nature of the station meant that the possibility of foul play couldn't be ignored. However, the small community at the South Pole Station consisted of a close-knit group of professionals working towards common scientific goals. No evidence suggested any conflicts or motivations that could explain such an act. The station's limited population and the absence of any clear suspects further complicated this theory. Investigations into the incident were conducted by various agencies, including the New Zealand Police and the United States Antarctic Program. Despite thorough examinations, no conclusive evidence emerged to explain how Dr. Marks had ingested methanol. The investigation faced numerous challenges, including the logistical difficulties of conducting inquiries in such a remote and extreme environment. The mystery of Dr. Rodney Marks' poisoning remains unsolved. The incident has led to increased scrutiny of safety protocols and chemical handling procedures in such remote research stations, aiming to prevent similar occurrences in the future. The death of Charles Bravo. The case of Charles Bravo, a British lawyer who passed away under mysterious circumstances in 1876, has baffled the public for a century and a half. Charles Bravo was a young lawyer who married Florence Ricardo, a wealthy widow, in December 1875. Their marriage was unfortunately abusive, with Bravo's controlling and violent behavior towards Florence being well known. Further, Adding to this unfortunate situation, Florence entered the marriage with a history of alcoholism. This dynamic created a volatile environment at their home, the Priory, in Balham, London. On the evening of April 18, 1876, Charles Bravo fell gravely ill after ingesting antimony, a toxic substance often used in small doses as a medicine. Despite the best efforts of several doctors, including the then-renowned physician Sir William Gull, Bravo's condition worsened, leading to his demise on April 21, 1876. Notably, during his illness, Bravo did not accuse anyone of poisoning him, nor did he explain how he had ingested the antimony. The case prompted two separate inquests. The first concluded with an open verdict, while the second suggested willful poisoning, but did not charge anyone due to insufficient evidence. The public and media were captivated by the scandalous details that emerged, including Florence's previous relationship with Dr. James Manby Gully. Dr. Gully was an older physician she had been involved with before marrying Bravo. Also, yes, the two physicians in this story are named Dr. Gull and Dr. Gully, respectively, so no need to rewind to check if they're the same person. This relationship, along with Bravo's volatile nature, led many to speculate about potential motives and suspects. One prominent theory suggests that Bravo might have been administering small doses of antimony to Florence to control her drinking and accidentally poisoned himself. Another theory posits that Florence, driven by her unhappy marriage and possibly under the influence of Dr. Gully, could have poisoned Bravo either deliberately or accidentally. The housekeeper also came under suspicion, especially after she changed her statements multiple times during the investigations. Dr. Gully himself was considered a suspect due to his past relationship with Florence and his medical expertise. Another suspect was George Griffiths, the coachman, who had access to antimony used for treating horses and bore a grudge against Bravo after being dismissed from his job. However, Griffiths had an alibi as he was working elsewhere at the time of Bravo's poisoning, and it was deemed unlikely that he roped an associate into the dark task. The mystery deepened as various individuals gave conflicting testimonies. Florence's inconsistent statements and her hurried consultations with Dr. Gully during Bravo's illness raised further suspicions. Despite the intense scrutiny, no conclusive evidence pointed to a single perpetrator, leaving the case unresolved. Interestingly, Florence passed away 2 years later due to alcohol poisoning, which some have suggested raises suspicions on her. However, I note that Florence had a history of alcohol abuse even prior to her marriage to Charles Bravo, putting significant doubt on this theory. Further, she had been widowed twice and had survived at least one highly abusive marriage, and may have been engaging in self-medicating behavior, to use modern terminology. What's up, everyone? It's your boy Jimmy here. Let me take a brief moment to promote my channel. If you're enjoying my content, please hit the like and subscribe buttons and the notification bell. Also, if you really want to take it to the next level, please consider signing up for a YouTube membership or a Patreon membership. You can support for as little as 99 cents a month. Benefits include access to exclusive videos from my early days as a YouTuber, shoutouts at certain tiers, and the satisfaction of helping keeping this channel running. Also, remember to join the Discord as well. We've got just over 100 members at this point. Beer to Wheel, the land nobody owns. Bir Tawil is a unique geographical anomaly, an 800 square mile area between Egypt and Sudan that remains unclaimed by any nation. This unclaimed status stems from historical boundary disputes that date back to colonial times and persist to this day, making Bir Tawil one of the few land areas on Earth not claimed by any recognized state. And as you will see in this segment, there are a number of unrecognized states that are eager to claim the area. The origins of the beer towel issue trace back to the late 19th century when the Anglo-Egyptian Condominium Agreement of 1899 was established. This agreement set the border between Egypt and Sudan at the 22nd parallel. However, in 1902, a new administrative boundary was drawn to better reflect the actual use of the land by local tribes. This adjustment placed Bir Tawil under Egyptian administration and the Halib Triangle under Sudanese control. This redrawing aimed to accommodate the nomadic Ababda tribe's grazing needs in Bir Tawil and the Beja tribe's settlement in the Halib Triangle. However, these overlapping claims have led to a unique situation where Egypt and Sudan each claim the more valuable Halib Triangle and reject claims over Bir Tawil. If either country were to claim Bir Tawil, it would weaken their claim over the Halib Triangle, resulting in a diplomatic stalemate that has left Bir Tawil as terra nullius, or nobody's land. Basically, the Halib Triangle is economically useful, while Bir Tawil is a desolate wasteland in comparison. Bir Tawil is characterized by its harsh, arid environment. The area lacks permanent settlements, and its topography includes mountains such as Jabal Tawil and seasonal waterways like Wadi Tawil. The climate is extremely hot and dry, with temperatures often exceeding 104 degrees Fahrenheit for much of the year. The lack of water and arable land makes it unsuitable for agriculture or significant human habitation. But this is not the end of the case of Bir Tawil. Despite its harsh conditions, Bir Tawil has seen a series of curious claims by individuals seeking to establish micronations. In 2014, American Jeremiah Heaton traveled to Bir Tawil and declared it the Kingdom of North Sudan, intending to fulfill his daughter's dream of becoming a princess. His claim, like those of others, has not been recognized by any government or international body. Other attempts include claims by a wealthy Indian businessman who proclaimed himself the ruler of a kingdom in the region, and various Russian adventurers. Contrary to the popular belief that Bir Tawil is entirely uninhabited, the area is frequented by nomadic tribes, particularly the Ababda and Bishari tribes, who use it for grazing. Wait, hold on a second. I wrote here that there was a, quote, popular belief about Bir Tawil. I'm fairly certain there are no popular beliefs about Bir Tawil outside the people living directly in the region. Anyway, back to the inhabitants of Bir Tawil. These tribes have historical ties to the land, and any attempts by outsiders to claim ownership are viewed with hostility. The region is also known for extremely small-scale gold mining operations, primarily staffed by workers from the Darfur region of Sudan. While Bir Tawil is generally presented in a somewhat mysterious way, a look into the history shows that the reasons for the present situation are well understood. Unsinkable Sam, the cat who made waves by staying afloat. Sam the cat, also known as Oscar during his time in German naval service, is one of the most remarkable non-bear related animal stories from World War II. This cat is said to have survived 3 shipwrecks, earning his legendary nickname. But before we delve deeper into Sam's story, it is necessary to consider what role cats played on ships. A ship's cat was a vital crew member traditionally kept on board vessels to control rodents. These cats help prevent damage to cargo, particularly food supplies, and protect the ship's structural integrity from gnawing pests. Rodents can also spread disease, so cats contribute to the overall health and safety of the crew. Additionally, ship's cats offer companionship to sailors, alleviating loneliness and boosting morale during long voyages. Further, their keen senses also serve as an informal early warning system for environmental changes or approaching dangers, adding another layer of security. But I digress. Let's get back to Unsinkable Sam. While the exact details of Sam's story have elements of myth and mystery, the core facts remain largely the same. Sam's journey began on the German battleship Bismarck, which was launched in 1939 and commissioned in 1940. The Bismarck was one of the largest and most powerful battleships ever built by Germany. On May 18, 1941, Bismarck set sail on its first and only mission. During the Battle of the Denmark Strait on May 24, 1941, Bismarck engaged the British ships HMS Hood and HMS Prince of Wales. The engagement led to the sinking of Hood, but Bismarck was heavily damaged and eventually sunk 3 days later on May 27, 1941. Amidst the chaos, it is believed that Sam, a black and white cat, managed to survive. The story goes that Sam was found floating on a board by the British destroyer HMS Cossack. The sailors aboard Cossack took him in, and he quickly became the ship's mascot. Cossack continued its service, but on October 24, 1941, it was torpedoed by the German submarine U-563. The damaged ship was towed back to Gibraltar, but it sank 4 days later due to severe structural damage. Remarkably, Sam survived this ordeal as well and was found clinging to a piece of shreckage. He was then transferred to HMS Ark Royal, an aircraft carrier. But as you may have guessed, Sam's time on Ark Royal was short-lived. On November 14, 1941, Ark Royal was torpedoed by the German submarine U-81. Despite efforts to save the carrier, it sank the following day. Sam was again found floating on debris and was rescued. After this third shipwreck, Sam was given the name Unsinkable Sam. He was later transferred to HMS Legion and eventually retired to a seaman's home in Belfast. The story of Unsinkable Sam is not without its mysteries and skepticism. One of the main points of contention is the lack of concrete evidence and consistent records. While the tale is widely circulated and has become a popular wartime legend, there are no official naval records that confirm the presence of a cat named Sam on these ships. The story largely relies on anecdotal accounts and sailors' testimonies, which can sometimes be embellished over time. Another mystery surrounding Unsinkable Sam is his origin. Some versions of the story claim that Sam was originally named Oscar and was a ship's cat on Bismarck from the beginning. Others suggest that he was a stray picked up at some point before Bismarck's final voyage. Despite the uncertainties, the story of Unsinkable Sam has captured the imaginations of many, and in my head canon, he's definitely real. The case of the levitating saint. Saint Joseph of Cupertino, born in June 1603 in Cupertino, Italy, is an intriguing historical figure. This phenomenon, which earned him the nickname the Flying Saint, is both fascinating and mysterious, providing ample material for historical and theological discussions. Joseph's early life was marked by significant hardships. His father, a poor carpenter, died before Joseph was born, leaving his family in severe debt. Consequently, Joseph's mother was forced to give birth to him in a stable. This nativity-inspired origin story is said to have influenced his spiritual development. From a young age, he exhibited a deep devotion to prayer, often falling into religious ecstasies. These trances sometimes resulted in episodes of levitation, particularly during Mass or private prayer sessions. Despite apparent intellectual limitations, Joseph felt a strong calling to religious life. He initially faced rejection from the Franciscans due to his perceived lack of education and aptitude. However, his persistence paid off, and he was eventually accepted into the order. Ordained as a priest in 1628, his levitations became more frequent and widely known. Joseph's levitations were not merely private occurrences. They often happened in public, drawing large crowds and considerable attention. These events were so disruptive that he was moved between various friaries and was even subjected to investigation by the Inquisition. Although the examiners found no evidence of wrongdoing, his superiors decided to confine him to more remote locations to minimize the disturbances his levitations caused. One of the most famous instances of Joseph's levitation occurred during a papal audience. Witnesses reported that he rose into the air while in a state of religious ecstasy. This and similar events contributed to his growing reputation as a mystic with divine favor. Several theories have been proposed to explain Joseph's levitations. Skeptics suggest that Joseph's feats could have been misunderstood leaps or jumps, mistaken for levitation by awestruck onlookers. However, to me, this seems unlikely unless there was an element of mass hysteria surrounding Joseph, which there may have been. Others propose that his experiences might be linked to severe ascetic practices, including extreme fasting, which could have induced altered states of consciousness. Some modern interpretations even explore scientific explanations. For example, the Casimir effect, a quantum phenomenon where certain conditions can create repulsive forces at a microscopic level, has been speculated upon. However, as far as I can tell, absolutely no concrete scientific evidence supports this as a cause for human levitation. Joseph's life and miracles were not without controversy. The Protestant Reformation had created a climate of skepticism towards miracles, which were often dismissed as either frauds or diabolical in origin. This skepticism extended to Joseph's levitations, which some viewed as evidence of demonic activity rather than divine intervention. Despite these challenges, Joseph's piety and the numerous reports of his miracles led to his beatification in 1753 and canonization in 1767 by Pope Clement XIII. Today he is remembered not only for his miraculous levitations, but also for his deep humility and devotion to God. He is the patron saint of aviators, astronauts, and students. The Naparabo. The Naparabo, or faceless ghost, is a yokai from Japanese folklore that is said to appear as a human being with a disturbing twist. Its face is a complete blank, with a smooth surface where the eyes, nose, and mouth should be. The Naparabo first gained widespread recognition during the Edo period in Japan, which lasted from 1603 to 1868. Folklore from this period is rich with tales of supernatural beings, and the Naparabo stands out as one of the most unsettling. The creature is often depicted as a harmless ghost that enjoys scaring humans. It typically appears late at night, in lonely or secluded places such as forests, riversides, or abandoned streets. One of the most famous stories involving this yokai is known as the Naparabo and the Koi Pond. In this tale, a man walking along a deserted road at night encounters a weeping woman by a pond. When he approaches to offer help, she turns around, revealing her faceless appearance. Terrified, the man flees to a nearby soba noodle shop, only to discover that the shopkeeper and the customers also have no faces. Another well-known story is the faceless ghost at the Rashomon Gate, which involves a samurai who encounters a woman washing clothes at the gate. She too reveals her faceless visage, causing the samurai to run in fear. These stories have been retold in various forms, including books, films, and theater, each adding to the legend of the Naparabo. The origins of the Naparabo legend are a mystery, with several theories attempting to explain the phenomenon. One theory suggests that the stories were created as a form of cautionary tale to discourage people from wandering alone at night or into dangerous areas. This would have been particularly relevant in the Edo period, when travel could be perilous, and encounters with bandits or wild animals were not uncommon. Another theory posits that the Naparabo is a manifestation of deep-seated fears and anxieties within Japanese society. The facelessness of the Noperabo can be interpreted as a symbol of loss of identity or dehumanization. In a culture that places a high value on social harmony and conformity, the idea of losing one's identity or encountering someone without an identity could be profoundly unsettling. Others have posited the creature is just simply creepy, as a human without a face naturally offends our sensibilities. However, this doesn't explain why this yokai appears so prominently in Japanese culture, while similar beings either don't exist or are not prominent elsewhere. Still yet, others propose that this is a real creature, and importantly, it was accepted as a real creature for the vast majority of its history. That said, given the lack of apparent sightings today, the veracity of the creature has to be drawn into question. Still, others propose that stories of the Naparabo are linked to psychotic breaks, wherein a person in a delusional framework perceives people as having no faces. Despite its eerie nature, the Naparabo is generally considered to be a benign spirit and does not harm its victims physically. Instead, it derives satisfaction from the fear and confusion it causes. Ganesha drinking milk. On September 21st, 1995, an extraordinary event captured the attention of people across India and beyond. The phenomenon known as the milk miracle began early in the morning when a devotee at a temple in New Delhi offered milk to a statue of Ganesha, the elephant-headed Hindu deity. Astonishingly, the milk seemed to disappear, as if being consumed by the idol. Word spread rapidly, and soon temples across India reported similar occurrences. This event drew massive crowds, causing a national sensation and international intrigue. Reports emerged from various cities including Mumbai, Kolkata, and Chennai, as well as smaller towns and villages. Devotees would spoon-feed milk to the statues, which seemed to drink it. This led to an unprecedented outpouring of devotion, with people standing in long lines to witness and participate in the miracle. Various theories emerged to explain the milk miracle. Devotees and believers saw it as a divine sign, a manifestation of the gods accepting their offerings. Many interpreted it as an auspicious event, a blessing from the deities during a time of great devotion and faith. This belief was bolstered by the fact that the event occurred simultaneously in numerous places, suggesting to many a supernatural cause. Skeptics and scientists, however, offered more rational explanations. One prominent theory was capillary action, a scientific phenomenon where liquid can flow into narrow spaces without the assistance of external forces. According to this theory, the surface tension of the milk and the material of the statues, typically made of stone or metal, facilitated the absorption of the liquid. The milk would be drawn up into the microscopic pores of the statue's material, creating the illusion that the statue was drinking it. Investigations by various scientific bodies, including the Indian Rationalist Association, sought to demystify the event. Demonstrations were conducted to show how capillary action could replicate the effect. Additionally, some observers noted that excess milk often accumulated at the base of the statues, indicating that it was not being consumed but rather flowing down and collecting there. Despite the scientific explanations, the milk miracle left a lasting impact on the cultural and religious landscape of India. For many, the event reinforced their faith and provided a tangible connection to the divine. Temples reported increased attendance and offerings, and the event was commemorated in various ways in the following years. The phenomenon reoccurred on several occasions after the initial event. On August 20th, 2006, reports of statues drinking milk surfaced again, though the scale was much smaller. Its occurrence, impact, and the theories surrounding it continue to intrigue believers and skeptics. Make sure to check out the YouTube membership and Patreon. You can support my channel for as little as 99 cents a month. Also, make sure to like and subscribe and hit that notification bell if you haven't done so already. Shout out to my patrons Noah Schubert, Iced Mocha, Kurt the Squirt, Monoxide Wendigo, Jeffer Metcalf, Z-Volts, Director Delta, Unknown Delusions, Faye, Jack Russell, Boomslang, Spookiest Becky, and Blasphemoose. Big shout out to YouTube member Jordan All. Until next time, stay safe and healthy. Peace out, everyone. Welcome to part 49 of the Ultimate Unsolved Mysteries Iceberg, where we explore true crime, urban legends, mysterious disappearances, myths and legends, internet mysteries, and more. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring the notification bell. The English Sweating Sickness. The sweating sickness, also known as the English sweat, was a mysterious and deadly condition that struck England and later parts of Europe during the late 15th and early mid-16th centuries. It first appeared in 1485 and recurred in several outbreaks until it vanished in 1551. The first outbreak coincided with the end of the Wars of the Roses and the rise of Henry VII to the English throne. The disease caused widespread panic as it quickly claimed thousands of lives, including notable figures such as 2 Lord Mayors of London and several members of the English nobility. Henry VIII was deeply fearful of the disease, and it influenced his policies and movements throughout his reign. His elder brother Arthur, Prince of Wales, is suspected to have died from the illness in 1502, which dramatically altered the line of succession and English history. Also, as a quick aside, the Tudors, being of Welsh origin, chose the name Arthur as the heir apparent to the English throne. This is thought to have been an attempt to enhance and legitimize the Tudor claim to the English throne and to the entirety of Britain. Also, it raises the question as to what regnal number would have been used for a 16th century King Arthur. Would he have been King Arthur I or King Arthur II? Thanks to English sweating sickness, we will never know. But I digress. Let's get back to the mystery. The disease was marked by sudden and severe symptoms, starting with a sense of dread, followed by cold shivers, intense sweating, headache, severe body pains, and exhaustion. The initial trembling and high fever were followed by profuse sweating and a rapid decline into extreme fatigue and thirst. Unlike the bubonic plague, the sweating sickness did not cause visible sores or rashes, which added to its mysterious nature. Treatments of the time, based on the humoral theory of medicine, involved wrapping patients in heavy blankets to induce sweating and avoiding certain foods and mists thought to be harmful. If a patient survived the first 24 hours, they had a good chance of recovery, but many succumbed within that critical period. Despite its terrifying grip on Tudor England, the sweating sickness remains less well known than other historical epidemics like the Black Death. Its sudden disappearance after 1551 only adds to the mystery. The disease's unknown origin and vanishing act left a legacy of fear and speculation, influencing literature and popular culture long after it had gone. For instance, Shakespeare's play Henry IV Part II mentions a character dying of a sweat, potentially reflecting the lingering memory of the disease in the public consciousness. Over the centuries, numerous theories have been proposed regarding the cause of the sweating sickness. Some historians and scientists speculate that it could have been a form of hantavirus, which also presents with rapid onset fever and respiratory distress. These viruses are primarily found in rodents, and humans can contract the disease through direct contact with a variety of rodent-related sources, including their droppings. Others have proposed that the outbreaks could have been caused by anthrax poisoning. In favor of this theory, it is speculated that spores from this bacterium might have contaminated raw wool or animal carcasses, infecting people who came into contact with these materials. Another theory points towards another class of viruses known as enteroviruses. Enteroviruses are a group of viruses that typically enter the body through the gastrointestinal tract and can cause a range of diseases. They are known for their ability to cause sudden epidemics with high fever and systemic symptoms, aligning with historical accounts of the sweating sickness. Some researchers suggest that an unknown or extinct strain of enterovirus might have been responsible for the outbreaks, given the rapid onset and resolution of the disease. The Bogle-Chandler case. On January 1st, 1963, the bodies of Dr. Gilbert Bogle, a prominent physicist, and Mrs. Margaret Chandler were discovered on the banks of the Lane Cove River in Sydney, Australia. The discovery was made by two young boys searching for golf balls. They stumbled upon the bodies, partially clothed and covered with items found nearby. The scene suggested a sudden, unexpected event, as both Bogle and Chandler appeared to have been in the midst of a quote-unquote close encounter. Initial forensic examinations were delayed due to the New Year's Day holiday, which hindered the early collection of critical evidence. The case attracted massive media attention, partly due to the sensational nature of the deaths and the prominent social standing of the individuals involved. Further, both Bogle and Chandler were married to other people, adding a layer of scandal. Additionally, Dr. Bogle's work at the Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organization and the Cold War context fueled numerous speculative theories. These theories generally focused on espionage or a potentially deadly scientific rivalry. Initial theories centered around poisoning, with speculation about exotic toxins such as those from cone shells or funnel web spiders. Later investigations even considered LSD, but tests for such substances returned negative results. In 2006, filmmaker Peter Butt proposed a new theory in his documentary. He suggested that the couple may have succumbed to hydrogen sulfide poisoning. Historical records indicated that the Lane Cove River had been contaminated by industrial waste, leading to occasional releases of toxic gas. This theory was supported by evidence of similar incidents in the area and provided a plausible explanation for the sudden and mysterious circumstances. However, while compelling, this theory has not been universally accepted. It was also posited that a third person may have discovered the bodies and covered them for modesty's sake. This individual has never been identified, but the presence of someone else at the scene adds another layer of intrigue and the potential for this person's involvement. Despite extensive investigations and numerous inquests, the case remains unsolved. The slaying of Betsy Aardsma. On November 28, 1969, Betsy Aardsma, a 22-year-old graduate student, was attacked in the stacks of Pattee Library at Penn State University. Betsy was a diligent student, having returned from a Thanksgiving visit to her boyfriend's home to focus on her studies. Around 4:45 p.m., she was browsing books when a sudden disturbance occurred. Witnesses heard books falling and saw a man leaving the area, making an ambiguous statement to the desk clerk. "Somebody better help that girl." Unaware of the gravity, the clerk remained at her post while other students attempted to revive Betsy, thinking she had fainted. The initial responders, including student paramedics, also assumed a medical episode due to the minimal visible blood. Betsy was taken to the Ritenour Health Center, where a physician discovered a fatal stab wound. The single thrust had penetrated her heart, causing rapid internal bleeding. Despite efforts to save her, Betsy expired very soon after. Investigations faced significant setbacks, perhaps the most significant being that the crime scene had been inadvertently cleaned by a janitor, erasing potential evidence. Notably, when the janitor cleaned the scene, the incident was still thought to have been a medical emergency only, rather than a criminal event. Police interviewed numerous witnesses and sketched a potential suspect based on descriptions, but no arrests were made. The elusive nature of the attacker led to widespread frustration and speculation. A prominent theory centers around Richard Hafner, a geology student at Penn State who had briefly attempted to date Betsy. Some believe that his rejection by Betsy could have driven him to commit the crime. Reports indicate that Hafner displayed unusual behavior following the incident. However, personally, I think anyone who knows the victim of a slaying may display unusual behavior after. Despite these suspicions, due to lack of evidence, he was never charged, and he maintained his innocence until his death in 2002. Also, I note that Hafner had, what I can only describe in YouTube-friendly terms, as extremely unsavory accusations against him. That said, he was found not guilty of these crimes, though I do note the extreme difficulty of proving such crimes occurred beyond a reasonable doubt. Two other suspects attracted significant attention, but were ultimately again not charged in relation with the crime. William Spencer was a 40-year-old sculptor who moved to the area shortly before Aardsma's slaying. Spencer became a suspect in Aardsma's end after allegedly confessing at a Christmas 1969 faculty gathering that he had, quote, ended that girl in the library. Except he didn't say, quote, ended. He may have used spicier language. Investigators questioned him in early 1970. Spencer claimed he knew Aardsma, who had allegedly agreed to pose in her birthday suit for his sculpting classes to earn extra money. I place a heavy emphasis on the allegedly here. He said he was in the stacks at the time of her slaying and saw the offender, who was wearing an overcoat. He offered to sculpt a bust of the suspect for the investigators, which he later did. However, the police dismissed his claims because he had only recently moved to Pennsylvania, leaving little time for him to have known Aardsma. Additionally, there was no evidence supporting his claim that Aardsma posed, and she was known to be extremely modest. Further raising eyebrows, a review of records indicated the models in his classes came from Philadelphia, not the local area. In my view, it looks as though William Spencer was someone who wanted to insert himself in a major happening, as often happens in high-profile crime cases. In the alternative, he may have genuinely believed that he knew her, but the evidence indicated that he did not. Further, his Christmas party, quote-unquote, confession, could have been an extremely distasteful joke made under the influence of alcohol. Another suspect was Larry Maurer, a classmate of Aardsma, also caught investigators' attention. Maurer had become acquainted with Aardsma shortly before her untimely demise, even taking her for coffee once. There was no known animosity between them, and Maurer was cleared as a suspect, though it is unclear if he passed a polygraph test. Some reports indicate that he failed a polygraph test. However, this can simply be caused by extreme nervousness. His physical appearance, blonde, average height, and not wearing glasses, differed significantly from the suspect seen by 3 eyewitnesses running from the stacks. Further, one of those witnesses was a classmate of Maurer. The official police stance appears to be that another student likely ended her, and that the actual suspect was likely never on the radar at all. Further, I note that other much less credible theories have pointed to infamous figures like Ted Bundy, although these lack any evidence whatsoever. What's up, everyone? It's your boy Jimmy. Let me take a brief moment to promote my channel. If you're enjoying my content, please hit the like and subscribe buttons and the notification bell. Also, if you really want to take it to the next level, please consider signing up for a YouTube membership or a Patreon membership. You can support for as little as 99 cents a month. Benefits include access to exclusive videos from my early days as a YouTuber, shout-outs at certain tiers, and the satisfaction of helping keeping this channel running. Also, remember to join the Discord as well. We've got just over 100 members at this point. Floating cities in the sky. In recent years, reports of, quote, floating cities appearing in the skies over various parts of China have sparked widespread curiosity and speculation. These phenomena have been witnessed in places like Foshan, Jiangxi, and Haikou. The sightings of floating cities are primarily attributed to a phenomenon known as a fata morgana, a type of mirage. This optical illusion occurs when layers of air at different temperatures create a refractive effect, bending light rays and producing a displaced image of distant objects. Typically, a fata morgana results in an elevated and distorted image of a city's skyline or landscape, making it appear as though the structures are floating above the ground or sea. One notable instance of this phenomenon was recorded in October 2015, when residents of Foshan in Guangdong province observed what seemed to be a city skyline hovering in the sky. This event was followed by another sighting in Jiangxi, where a similar apparition startled locals. Such events have led to various interpretations, ranging from scientific explanations to more speculative theories involving parallel universes or even holographic projections. Among the more outlandish theories is the idea of Project Bluebeam. This is a conspiracy theory suggesting that advanced holographic technology is being tested to simulate otherworldly events, such as alien invasions or divine appearances. Proponents of this theory believe that these tests are conducted to gauge public reaction and potentially manipulate large-scale perceptions. Despite these hypotheses, the scientific community largely supports the Fata Morgana explanation. This optical phenomenon has been documented in other parts of the world and is known to require very specific atmospheric conditions to occur. The rarity of these conditions contributes to the infrequency and mysterious nature of the sightings, further fueling speculative and supernatural interpretations. Moreover, these floating city phenomena are not confined to China. Similar occurrences have been reported globally, though less frequently. In 2011, villagers in Dulali, Nigeria, claimed to have seen a floating city in the sky, though it lacked photographic evidence and thus received limited attention. The Kiki-Ya-On. The Kiki-Ya-On is a cryptid from the folklore of the Gambia in West Africa. Described as a fearsome, nocturnal being, the creature is said to resemble a giant owl with red eyes and sharp talons. The history of this cryptid is deeply rooted in the oral traditions of the Gambian people. Stories of the creature have been passed down through generations, often serving as cautionary tales to keep children from wandering alone at night. Facts about the cryptid are scarce and often intertwined with myth. Descriptions of the creature vary, but common characteristics include its large size, owl-like appearance, and eerie, human-like scream. Some accounts suggest that the cryptid has the ability to shapeshift into a human form when required. There are also reports of the creature having supernatural powers, such as the ability to vanish into thin air or paralyze its victims with a glance. Some theories suggest that the creature is a remnant of ancestors, representing the spirits of the dead. Others propose that the creature is a nature spirit. Others believe that the cryptid could be a misunderstood or exaggerated version of a real animal, such as a large owl or an eagle. The Gambian eagle owl, for instance, shares some physical traits with the Kiki-Ya-On, including its size and nocturnal habits. Stories of the creature often depict it as a harbinger of misfortune, or, in the alternative, as a guardian of the forest. In some tales, it is said to prey on those who trespass into its territory or disrespect the natural world. In other accounts, the cryptid is portrayed as a protector, warding off evil spirits and safeguarding the human settlements from harm. So, yeah, If you've been following my channel for a long time, you may have guessed what I'm going to say about this cryptid. It's a classic case of owl misidentification. The Maine Penny. The Maine Penny, also known as the Goddard coin, is one of the most intriguing artifacts found in North America, raising questions about Norse exploration of the continent long before Columbus. Discovered in 1957 by amateur archaeologist Guy Melgren at the Goddard site in Brooklyn, Maine, this silver coin dates back to the reign of a king of Norway in the late 11th century. Initially, Melgren thought he had found a 12th century English coin, and this theory was accepted for the first 20 years after the discovery. It wasn't until 1978 that experts identified it as a Norwegian coin from the 11th century. The Goddard site, where the coin was found, was a Native American settlement dated between 1180 and 1235 AD, well within the period when Norse coins were in circulation. The coin's perforation suggested it might have been used as a pendant, adding to its mysterious nature. The coin's origin is traced back to the Norse presence in Greenland, where they settled around the 10th century and maintained a presence until the 15th century. The Norse are known to have reached Newfoundland around 1000 AD, evidenced by the settlement at Vinland. However, the presence of a Norse coin so far south in Maine has led to several theories. One possibility is that Norse explorers traveled further south than previously documented. This theory suggests the Norse may have explored or traded along the North American coast, reaching as far as Maine. Another theory posits that the coin was traded through extensive Native American trade networks. Some theorize it could have changed hands many times, traveling from Viking settlements in Newfoundland through various tribes until it reached the Goddard site. However, the Vinland colony is thought to have been lost by the time of the reign of the king depicted on the coin. Skeptics argue that the coin might be a hoax. Given that similar coins were available in the 1950s, Melgren or someone else could have theoretically planted it. However, Melgren never sought fame or financial gain from the discovery, which complicates this theory. Notably, however, there is always the potential that someone else hid the coin there for Melgren to find, with Melgren playing an unwitting role in a greater ruse. In my view, what puts the final nail in the coffin of this theory is that Melgren ended up donating the coin to the state of Maine. Today, the Maine penny is housed at the Maine State Museum. The authenticity of the Maine penny is widely accepted among numismatists, with experts from the University of Oslo confirming its Norwegian origin. And who better to identify a Norwegian coin than professors from a Norwegian university? Yet, its journey to Maine remains a mystery. The lack of additional Norse artifacts at the Goddard site further complicates the narrative, leaving room for speculation. Winged cats. The phenomenon of winged cats is one of the more peculiar and fascinating subjects in cryptozoology, as there is definitely a strong kernel of truth to these curious kitties. Reports of cats with wings have been recorded for millennia across a wide variety of cultures. These so-called winged cats are often attributed to various causes, ranging from matted fur to genetic anomalies. But the stories and sightings continue to intrigue. One early report of a winged cat comes from Henry David Thoreau, who in 1842 documented a cat with wing-like appendages in Lincoln, Massachusetts. This cat, which Thoreau described in detail, had fur that flattened out and formed wing-like strips during winter, which later fell off in spring. Notably, this was said to have occurred every year with this cat. One of the most famous cases involved a cat named Thomas, found in 1959 in West Virginia. Thomas was examined by veterinarians who noted that the wings were made of gristle and covered in fur. Modern science offers explanations for the winged cat phenomenon. The most common explanation is the formation of large mats of fur, which can give the appearance of wings. This is particularly prevalent in long-haired cats, where molted hair can adhere to the new growth, creating wing-like structures. Another explanation is a condition known as feline cutaneous asthenia, a genetic disorder that causes the skin to be unusually elastic and prone to sagging. This can sometimes result in flaps of skin that look like wings, especially in low-light settings. Winged cats have found their way into folklore and urban legends, often being associated with witches and the devil. Make sure to check out the YouTube membership and Patreon. You can support my channel for as little as 99 cents a month. Also make sure to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell if you haven't done so already. Shout out to my patrons Noah Schubert, Iced Mocha, Kurt the Squirt, Monoxide Wendigo, Jeffer Metcalf, Z-Volts, Director Delta, Unknown Delusions, Faye, Jack Russell, Boomslang, Spookiest Becky, and Blasphemous. Big shout out to YouTube member Jordan All. Until next time, stay safe and healthy. Peace out, everyone. Welcome to part 50 of the Ultimate Unsolved Mysteries Iceberg, where we explore true crime, urban legends, mysterious disappearances, myths and legends, internet mysteries, and more. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring the notification bell. The Vanishing of Solomon Northup. Solomon Northup, born in July 1807 or 1808, was a free African American from Minerva, New York. He was the son of a freedman and a free woman, and he grew up working on his family's farm. Northup married Ann Hampton in 1829, and they had 3 children. Known for his talent as a violinist, Northup's life took a dramatic turn in 1841 when he was kidnapped and sold into slavery. Northup was lured to Washington, D.C. under the pretense of a job offer by 2 men, Merrill Brown and Abram Hamilton. Once there, he was drugged and awoke in chains, stripped of his identity, and sold into slavery under the name Platt. Over the next 12 years, Northup endured the brutal realities on various plantations in Louisiana. Northup's memoir, 12 Years a Slave, published in 1853, details his harrowing experiences. The book became a bestseller and an important piece of anti-slavery literature, selling 30,000 copies in 3 years. The success of his book led to a lecture tour and increased public awareness of the horrors of slavery. His narrative was corroborated by historical research, affirming its authenticity and impact. The turning point in Northup's enslavement came when he met Samuel Bass, a Canadian carpenter who helped him send letters to his family in New York. These letters ultimately led to his rescue. Henry B. Northup, a relative of his father's former owner, played a crucial role in securing his freedom, using his personal influence with the governor of New York. Northup was legally released from slavery in January 1853. After regaining his freedom, Northup pursued legal action against his kidnappers. However, due to the prejudices of the time and legal technicalities, his attempts to bring them to justice were unsuccessful. Despite this, Northup continued to speak out against slavery, sharing his story with audiences across the northern United States and Canada. The mystery surrounding Solomon Northup deepens after 1857. There are no definitive records of his activities or whereabouts following a lecture in Ontario, Canada, where he faced hostility on the basis of his race. Some theories propose he was kidnapped again, possibly sold back into slavery, or met with foul play. This theory suggests that individuals who were involved in his initial abduction, or others who stood to gain financially, could have orchestrated his second kidnapping. The lack of paper trail and the chaotic nature of the times make this theory plausible. However, others have pointed out that Solomon Northup's age at this point would have made him an unlikely candidate for kidnappers. Others speculate he might have assumed a low-profile life due to ongoing threats. Some believe that financial woes might have led him to live as a vagrant, moving from place to place without leaving much trace. However, given that he had acquired wealthy and powerful friends in the abolitionist movement, some consider this to be an unlikely scenario. Another theory suggests that Northup might have been involved in the Underground Railroad. Given his status as a prominent abolitionist, it is speculated that he might have continued his activism by helping other enslaved individuals escape to freedom. This theory, however, lacks concrete evidence and remains speculative. However, a Christian minister wrote in the 1930s in his old age that he knew Solomon Northup to be personally involved in Underground Railroad activities as late as the early 1860s. Despite these mysteries, Northup's legacy endures through his influential memoir and its role in shedding light on the realities of slavery in America. The Lizard Man of Scape Ore Swamp. The Lizard Man of Scape Ore Swamp is a cryptid reported to inhabit the swamps around Bishopville, South Carolina. The legend began on June 29, 1988, when Christopher Davis, a 17-year-old local, claimed he encountered the creature while changing a flat tire near Scape Ore Swamp at around 2 a.m. Davis described the creature as a 7-foot-tall bipedal lizard with green, scaly skin, 3 fingers on each hand, red eyes, and capable of incredible speed. According to Davis, the creature chased his car and left scratch marks and bite marks on the vehicle. His account quickly spread, leading to a media frenzy and numerous reported sightings. The local sheriff's department took the reports seriously and conducted investigations. They found unusual footprints in the area, measuring 14 inches in length. Plaster casts were made of the prints, which some cryptozoologists claim to be from an unknown species. Despite the attention, no physical evidence of the lizard man was ever found. Several theories have emerged to explain the sightings. One theory suggests the creature might be a misidentified animal, such as a large alligator or bear. Others propose it could be an elaborate hoax, perpetuated by locals seeking attention or media coverage. Some cryptozoologists believe the lizard man could be a previously undiscovered species or a surviving dinosaur, although these claims lack scientific evidence. In the wake of Davis's encounter, other locals reported similar sightings. One notable account came from Tom and Mary Way, who claimed their car had been damaged by the creature. The damage included tooth marks and scratches similar to those described by Davis. These reports led to increased media coverage, with newspapers and television stations covering the story extensively. Over time, sightings of the lizard man waned, but the legend continued to thrive in popular culture. In 2008, a resurgence of interest occurred when a local couple reported strange damage to their car, reminiscent of the original 1988 incidents. This new claim reignited media interest, though no new evidence was discovered. Additionally, in 2015, another reported sighting surfaced, accompanied by a photograph allegedly showing the creature. The image, however, was widely regarded as a hoax or misidentification. Also, if you're just listening to this, I need you to look at the 2015 Lizard Man photograph on the screen right now. This lizard man makes the average Scooby-Doo villain look credible. Skeptics argue that the lizard man legend is a classic example of mass hysteria and the human tendency to create myths and legends from unexplained phenomena. They point out that no conclusive evidence has ever been found to support the existence of such a creature. Further, the sightings could easily be attributed to hoaxes, misidentifications, or exaggerations. Supporters of the lizard man legend, particularly those in the cryptozoology community, argue that the consistency of the reports and the credibility of some witnesses suggest there may be more to the story. They often cite the unusual footprints found during the initial investigation as potential evidence, though these casts have not provided definitive proof. While the true nature of the creature remains a mystery, its impact on the Bishopville community and popular culture is undeniable. Today, the Lizard Man is celebrated in Bishopville with an annual festival, drawing tourists and cryptid enthusiasts from around the country. I note that this is a common phenomenon with cryptids associated with one town or city. Point Pleasant in West Virginia is probably the most famous example of this, where the Mothman has gone from a figure of fear to a somewhat celebrated mascot. The Immortal Woman, Henrietta Lacks. Henrietta Lacks, born Loretta Pleasant in August 1920 in Roanoke, Virginia, unknowingly became a cornerstone of modern medical research. Her story begins with her diagnosis of cervical cancer in 1951 at Johns Hopkins Hospital, the only hospital in her area that treated black patients at the time. During her treatment, Dr. Howard Jones took cell samples from her tumor without her knowledge. These samples were sent to another lab, where a groundbreaking discovery was made. Henrietta's cells could survive and multiply indefinitely outside her body, unlike any human cells seen before. These cells were named HeLa cells, derived from the first two letters of her first and last names. HeLa cells have since become one of the most crucial tools in medical research. They were instrumental in developing the polio vaccine, advancing cancer treatment, and furthering the understanding of the human genome. They even traveled into space to study the effects of zero gravity on human cells. The sheer volume of HeLa cells grown since 1951 is mind-boggling. They weigh over 50 million metric tons and could wrap around the Earth 3 times if laid end to end. Despite these monumental contributions, Henrietta Lacks' family was kept in the dark about the use of her cells for decades. The HeLa cell line was widely distributed and commercialized without any financial compensation or recognition given to her family. The Lacks family only became aware of the importance of HeLa cells in the 1970s when researchers contacted them for further genetic studies. This led to confusion and distress, especially as the family struggled to understand the scientific implications and the lack of consent involved in using Henrietta's cells. The ethical issues surrounding the use of HeLa cells have sparked widespread debate and led to significant changes in medical research ethics. The case highlighted the necessity for informed consent, respect for patient privacy, and fair compensation, particularly concerning marginalized communities. Henrietta's story gained widespread attention with the publication of Rebecca Skloot's book, The Immortal Life of Henrietta Lacks, in 2010. The book not only chronicled the scientific impact of HeLa cells, but also delved into the personal and emotional toll on Henrietta's family. In recent years, there have been efforts to ensure Henrietta Lacks is remembered and honored. In 2010, a headstone was placed on her previously unmarked grave, and her contributions have been recognized through various awards and memorials. Today, the HeLa cell line remains a vital resource in biomedical research, continuing to contribute to scientific breakthroughs and saving countless lives worldwide. At this point, it's safe to say that so long as humans exist, so too will Henrietta Lacks and her forever replicating cells. What's up, everyone? It's your boy Jimmy here. Let me take a brief moment to promote my channel. If you're enjoying my content, please hit the like and subscribe buttons and the notification bell. Also, if you really want to take it to the next level, please consider signing up for a YouTube membership or a Patreon membership. You can support for as little as 99 cents a month. Benefits include access to exclusive videos from my early days as a YouTuber, shoutouts at certain tiers, and the satisfaction of helping keeping this channel running. The disappearance of the SS Waratah. The SS Waratah, often referred to as Australia's Titanic, was launched in 1908. This luxury passenger and cargo steamship was built for the Blue Anchor Line to operate between Europe and Australia. The ship measured 450 feet in length and could carry up to 750 passengers, making it a significant vessel of its time. The Waratah embarked on her maiden voyage from London to Adelaide on November 5, 1908, under the command of Captain Joshua Edward Ilbery. This journey was mostly uneventful, though there were reports of minor issues, such as a fire in the engine room, which was promptly controlled. Upon reaching Australia, the ship made her return trip to England and prepared for her second voyage. The second voyage commenced on April 27, 1909, and included stops at several Australian ports before heading to South Africa. After departing Durban, South Africa on July 26, 1909, bound for Cape Town, the Waratah vanished without a trace. The last confirmed sighting was by the Clan McIntyre, another steamship, at around 4 a.m. on July 27th near the Transkei coast. Despite extensive searches, including efforts by the Royal Navy, no wreckage or survivors were ever found. One notable aspect of the Waratah's story involves a passenger named Claude G. Sawyer, an experienced engineer who disembarked in Durban due to concerns about the ship's stability. Sawyer reported that the Waratah seemed top-heavy and had a tendency to roll excessively. His premonition, combined with a vivid and disturbing dream, led him to abandon the voyage, a decision that has fueled speculation and mystery surrounding the ship's fate. Several theories have been proposed to explain the Waratah's disappearance. One theory suggests that the ship may have encountered a rogue wave, a rare and exceptionally large wave capable of capsizing even large vessels. Another possibility is a cargo shift, where the movement of heavy items like lead and iron ore could have destabilized the ship, causing it to capsize in rough seas. This theory might be plausible due to the fact that on her final voyage, the Waratah was heavily laden with cargo, including 1,000 tons of lead and 300 tons of iron ore. Some also speculate that the ship may have been overwhelmed by a sudden and severe storm. Others speculate that the complete vanishing of the ship may have a paranormal element, and propose that the ship may have traveled through a time or dimensional vortex. Others speculate on the possibility of intervention by alien beings. However, both of these previous theories are modern explanations for what may have happened to the ship. Despite numerous search efforts over the years, including modern attempts by marine archaeologists, who led multiple expeditions, the Waratah remains undiscovered. Adding to this mystery, absolutely no trace of the ship has ever been found, including any pieces of the ship or any potential cargo associated with the ship. The Dullahan. Rooted deeply in Irish folklore, the Dullahan is often depicted as a headless rider on a black horse, carrying their head in one hand and a whip made from a human spine in the other. And yes, this does sound like something off a heavy metal album cover. The origins of the Dullahan are somewhat obscure, but it is believed to have evolved from ancient Celtic beliefs and customs. The name Dullahan is derived from the Gaelic Dulachan, which means dark man. This being is often associated with the ancient Celtic god Crom Dubh, to whom sacrifices were made in return for bountiful harvests. Since this is YouTube, let's just say that these sacrifices were not sinister in any way whatsoever. With the Christianization of Ireland, such deities were demonized, and the Dullahan emerged as a sinister and evil figure. The appearance of the Dullahan is striking and consistent across various accounts. The headless rider's head is described as having a hideous grin that stretches from ear to ear. The eyes are small, black, and constantly darting about, as if in search of a victim. The head is said to have the texture and color of moldy cheese. When the Dullahan stops riding, it means that a soul is being taken. The creature's whip, made from a human spine, and its spectral horse are often covered in phosphorescent flames. One of the most famous legends of the Dullahan is the story of the silent coach. In this tale, the Dullahan drives a black coach drawn by 6 black horses. The coach moves with incredible speed, and the horses are said to breathe fire. The arrival of the silent coach is a harbinger of doom, and it is believed that anyone who looks directly at the Dullahan will be struck blind. The only way to protect oneself from the Dullahan is to carry a piece of gold, as the creature has an irrational fear of the metal. Theories about the Dullahan's existence range from the supernatural to the psychological. Some believe that the Dullahan is a manifestation of ancient fears and superstitions, a way for people to explain the unexplainable events and untimely ends. Others suggest that the Dullahan might be connected to real historical events where bodies were found, leading to the creation of a ghostly rider to rationalize such gruesome discoveries. Modern sightings of the Dullahan are rare, but they do occur. People who claim to have seen the Dullahan describe an overwhelming sense of dread and an otherworldly atmosphere. These sightings often occur in rural, isolated areas of Ireland, particularly around ancient burial sites and forgotten roads. While many myths and legends have faded over time, the Dullahan remains a powerful figure in Ireland's folklore. The Manananggal. The Manananggal is a prominent figure in Philippine folklore, often depicted as a fearsome bat-winged creature with the ability to separate its upper torso from its lower body. This separation allows it to fly in search of prey during the night, while its lower half remains hidden. The term Manananggal is derived from the Tagalog word tanggal, meaning to remove or to separate, which directly relates to this creature's unique ability to detach its torso. Historically, the legend of the Manananggal has roots in pre-colonial Filipino society, particularly among the indigenous tribes of the Visayas region. These stories were initially passed down orally, serving as cautionary tales that often addressed societal fears and norms. The Manananggal is commonly described as a hideous, vampire-like creature with its intestines trailing out from its upper torso, and with a long proboscis-like tongue used to suck blood. It primarily preys on pregnant women, using its elongated tongue to feed. You're going to have to use your imagination here as to how it uses this tongue. Regionally, variations of the creature exist, reflecting the diverse cultural landscape of the Philippines. For instance, in some areas it is known as the wak-wak or the tik-tik, names that describe similar entities with slight differences in appearance or behavior. Despite these regional distinctions, the core characteristics of the Manananggal, its ability to fly and its preference for pregnant women, remain consistent. The Manananggal shares similarities with other mythical creatures across the world. For instance, the Penanggalan from Malaysian folklore and the Krasue from Thailand are also depicted as entities that detach parts of their bodies to hunt for prey. These creatures, while unique to their respective cultures, highlight a common theme of nocturnal predators that evoke deep-seated fears about the supernatural and the unknown. Various theories attempt to explain the origins of the Manananggal myth. Some suggest that it was a way to make sense of unexplained phenomena, such as illness or complications during childbirth. Others propose that it served as a cautionary tale to instill moral lessons or social norms within the community. Despite the lack of concrete evidence of its existence, the Manananggal continues to be a significant part of Filipino folklore. Nora, the piano-playing cat. Nora the piano-playing cat gained international fame with her unexpected talent and charming presence, becoming a beloved internet sensation. Nora, a gray tabby cat born in 2004, was rescued from a shelter in Cherry Hill, New Jersey, by Betsy Alexander and Burnell Yao. The couple first discovered Nora's musical inclination when she jumped onto the piano and started pressing the keys. In January 2007, Betsy Alexander uploaded a video of Nora playing the piano to YouTube. The video, titled "Practice Makes Perfect," quickly went viral, amassing millions of views and turning Nora into an internet sensation. Nora's fame extended beyond YouTube. In 2009, Lithuanian composer Mindaugas Piekaitis composed Concerto, an orchestral piece that incorporated video footage of Nora playing the piano. The piece premiered with the Klaipėda Chamber Orchestra, with Nora's performance projected on a large screen behind the orchestra. Concerto was celebrated for its originality and even recognized by Guinness World Records as the first concerto for a cat. Some believed Nora's piano playing was a form of mimicry, stemming from her observations of Betsy Alexander's piano students. Cats are known for their keen observational skills, and it's possible Nora was imitating the students, learning that pressing the keys resulted in sounds that captured human attention. However, those close to her believed that Nora's talent was not merely a viral gimmick. She genuinely enjoyed playing the piano, often preferring the higher registers and playing daily. Her owners noted that Nora would often play when she wanted attention, showcasing her intelligent and affectionate nature. Another theory suggests that Nora's behavior might be a form of play or self-entertainment. Cats often engage in activities that stimulate their senses and provide mental engagement. The piano's keys could offer a novel tactile experience, and the resulting sounds might be intriguing to her, prompting repeated behavior. Additionally, some animal behaviorists propose that Nora's actions could be driven by positive reinforcement from her owners and audience. These behaviorists propose that encouragement from her owners led her to continue her musical endeavors. I note that this seems to be presented as a, quote, debunking of the phenomenon in some sources. However, I actually think this is quite beautiful. Any animal, when given love and encouragement, can achieve great things beyond their proposed capacity. In my view, this also quite clearly applies to great apes as well, leading to obvious conclusions. But I digress. Let's get back to Nora. Her consistent practice and visible enjoyment suggested that her piano playing was more than a random act. It was a form of expression and interaction. Throughout her life, Nora received numerous accolades and featured in various forms of media. Her ability to connect with people through her music made her a symbol of the unexpected talents and joys pets can bring into human lives. Regrettably, Nora passed in February 2024 at the age of 19, though I must say, she lived a full life and made it to old age. According to her owners, she, quote, passed peacefully at home on her favorite blanket, surrounded by her human family. The disappearance of Tiffany Daniels. On August 12, 2013, Tiffany Daniels, a 25-year-old theater technician at Pensacola State College, left work early in Pensacola, Florida, and vanished without a trace. Tiffany, born in 1988, was known for her vibrant personality and artistic talents. She loved painting, dancing, and spending time in nature. Despite her outwardly cheerful demeanor, Tiffany had been facing some personal challenges. Her boyfriend had recently moved to Texas, and she was struggling with financial issues, including being behind on her utility bills. On the day she disappeared, Tiffany told her supervisor she needed time off, but didn't provide details. She was last seen leaving the college at 4:43 p.m. That evening, she briefly returned home before heading out again. Tiffany's roommate mentioned he was on the phone and didn't notice her presence, although he heard the door open and close. It is unclear if Tiffany was alone at this point when she returned home, or if this was even Tiffany at all. 8 days later, her car was found in a parking lot at Pensacola Beach, near Fort Pickens. Inside the vehicle were her personal belongings, including her phone, purse, bicycle, and some food items. The discovery of two unidentified fingerprints on the car led to further speculation. The investigation into Tiffany's disappearance revealed a few potential leads, but no concrete answers. A surveillance camera captured her vehicle crossing a bridge to Santa Rosa Island on the evening she vanished, though it's unclear if she was driving. Witnesses later reported seeing a man near her car in the following days, though any connection between this man and Tiffany's disappearance is purely speculative. Several theories have emerged over the years. One posits that Tiffany might have become a victim of human trafficking, as Interstate 10, a known trafficking corridor, runs through Pensacola. In support of this theory, a sighting of Tiffany in Louisiana in January 2014 is believed to be credible by her family. Another theory suggests she might have had an accident while hiking or swimming, given her love for outdoor activities. Her family and friends, however, do not believe she would have left without telling anyone, and they continue to search for answers. Though Tiffany Daniels' disappearance happened over 10 years ago, police are still actively investigating. If you have any information about the disappearance of Tiffany Daniels, please contact the Pensacola Police Department as soon as possible. The red rain in Kerala. The red rain phenomenon in Kerala, India, remains one of the most debated meteorological events in recent history. It occurred between July 25th and September 23, 2001, when heavy downpours of red-colored rain fell sporadically across the state. The initial reports of the red rain were accompanied by claims of loud explosions and bright flashes of light, leading some to speculate about extraterrestrial origins or meteor impacts. However, subsequent scientific analysis provided a more terrestrial explanation. Researchers from the Center for Earth Science Studies and the Tropical Botanical Garden and Research Institute analyzed the red particles found in the rainwater. Their studies revealed that the color was due to the presence of spores from a lichen-forming algae of the genus Trentipolia. Trentipolia is a type of green algae known for its reddish-orange pigments, which mask its chlorophyll. These algae thrive in moist environments and can be found growing on tree bark, rocks, and other surfaces. The heavy rains preceding the red rain event likely caused a massive release of these spores into the atmosphere. Although this explanation accounts for the red color, it left open questions about how such a vast quantity of spores could be released simultaneously and transported into the rain clouds. Another common theory suggested a non-paranormal extraterrestrial origin. This hypothesis is that a comet disintegrated in the Earth's atmosphere and could have released the red particles. This theory was based on the detection of cells in the rainwater that appeared biological, but did not initially show any DNA. Later, further studies confirmed the presence of DNA, identifying the cells as algal spores, which seemed to support the terrestrial origin theory. However, this theory is still widely promoted and believed. Others propose that the red rain was of supernatural origin, given the ominous quality of dark red rain falling. Importantly, the red rain phenomenon wasn't entirely new to Kerala. Historical records indicate similar events in 1896, and reports of colored rains in other parts of the world. For instance, yellow, green, and black rain have also been observed, indicating that such phenomena, though rare, are not unique to Kerala. Despite the scientific consensus on the algae spore explanation, the red rain of Kerala continues to attract new theories. They range from volcanic dust from distant eruptions to industrial pollutants and everything in between. Before my usual closing talk, I want to give a quick shout out to community member Shark Kisses, who lost her 10-year-old Yorkie, Grace Augusta Noel, a couple of days ago. Rest in paradise, sweet doggy princess. Make sure to check out the YouTube membership and Patreon. You can support my channel for as little as 99 cents a month. Also, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell if you haven't done so already. Shout out to my patrons Noah Schubert, Iced Mocha, Kurt the Squirt, Monoxide Wendigo, Jeffer Metcalf, Z Volts, Director Delta, Unknown Delusions, Faye, Jack Russell, Boomslang, Spookiest Becky, and Blasphemous. Special shout out to newest patron Vespertine. Big shout out to YouTube member Jordan All. Until next time, stay safe and healthy. Peace out, everyone.